Chapter 480. Hu! A pair of wings of wind and lightning appeared on Zhao Feng's back and gently flapped, causing the wind to howl and lightning to crackle. That wisp of aura even penetrated the hall and resonated strongly with the wind, lightning, origin, chi of the world. At this point in time, the wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back were much more condensed and stable than last time. The wings of wind and lightning I've condensed right now is just an outline and can only assist in flying. The true Tempest wings in the inheritance of the Tempest Ancient Tablet can not only assist in flight, but it can also activate some powerful lightning wings combat skills. It even possesses various legendary abilities, such as the ability to travel thousands of kilometers in a breath, fly to outer space, and travel through space. Admiration appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The wind, lightning, ancient tablet in his mind contained a vast amount of information and had even formed its own mental energy world. However, Zhao Feng had only comprehended close to 1% of the wind, lightning, ancient tablet's inheritance. Within his dantian, the core of his source of true spirit would occasionally flicker with a faint purple aura, and the flame of true spirit contained within had slightly increased in power. Pale-colored wind lightning, azure wind lightning, purple wind lightning, scarlet wind lightning, golden wind lightning, these were the increasing power of the wind, lightning, ancient steel. Because of the lightning wind palm and the lightning inheritance, Zhao Feng's mastery of the azure wind lightning had almost reached a certain level. Right at this moment, a voice sounded from outside the hall. Chapter leader Zhao, you've finally come out of seclusion. When will we return to the canopy, great country? It seemed that the aura of Zhao Feng using the wings of wind and lightning had alarmed the people outside. Shua! Zhao Feng's expression didn't change as the wings of wind and lightning on his back suddenly disappeared. With a chill, his figure disappeared from the hall. Outside the hall, a male and female stood side by side on Zhao Feng's left and right with expectant expressions. Jiang Sanfeng, Dai, I've already said that I'll return to the canopy great country after dealing with the cloud area. Zhao Feng said faintly. He wasn't surprised by the existence of this male and female. So, while Zhao Feng was asleep, the two geniuses of the Iron Blood religion that had participated in the sacred True Dragon gathering had arrived at the 13 countries and asked about the Broken Moon clan. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's results in the sacred True Dragon gathering were unexpectedly good. This was mainly because Zhao Feng had protected them in the second stage of the sacred True Dragon gathering, allowing them to keep their True Dragon token and last until the end. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi had returned from the Outer Realm inheritance a few months ago. Of course, the inheritances that the two of them entered were all ordinary small inheritances that were relatively safe. Even so, after returning to the continent, Jiang Sanfeng and Xiao Luo Er's cultivation had improved tremendously, allowing them to be ranked among the top geniuses of the continent. Division Lord Zhao, after the sacred True Dragon gathering, there was no news of you, but the Deputy Patriarch didn't give up and sent people to investigate. There are many forces on the continent that are concerned about your whereabouts. Jiang Sanfeng smiled bitterly. Yeah, we came to Cloud to try our luck and complete our mission. We didn't think that the Division Lord would really be here, but you were either sleeping or in seclusion, ignoring us. Dai Yi said, coquettishly with a wronged expression. Complete my mission? Is the Deputy Patriarch sure that I didn't die in the Outer Realm inheritance? Zhao Feng said with a strange expression. Not sure, but the Deputy Patriarch asked to see the 6 Warlock Divine Sage. Maybe he gave us some pointers. The two shook their heads and weren't too sure. 6 Warlock Divine Sage? Zhao Feng squinted his eyes, and his god's spiritual eye suddenly sensed something. Back in the Canopy Great Country, he had heard of the 6 Warlock Divine Sage more than once. According to rumors, Empress Qin was the disciple of the 6 Warlock Divine Sage. Relax. Even if you didn't rush me, I would still return to the Canopy Great Country. But before that, We need to clear out the threat in the cloud area. Zhao Feng interrupted the two's complaints. The cloud area was like a backwater for the two who came from the Canopy Great Country. There were very few resources here, and the heaven-earth yuan qi was thin. The effect of cultivating here was far inferior to the sacred lands of the great countries. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi didn't want to stay here any longer. 2 days later, the Iron Dragon Great Country was in a desolate desert. The enormous ancient castle stood in the middle of the yellow sand. The grayish-black smoke that lingered on its surface didn't decrease, but increased instead, giving off a sinister atmosphere. Layers of bones were piled up in front of the castle. The several thousand elites of the Dragon-Killing Alliance had surrounded the castle. However, even then, the Dragon-Killing Alliance didn't feel any sense of safety or victory. Clang! 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 A few streaks of dazzling sword light slashed into the gray mist around the castle. Cracks instantly appeared on the mist in that area, and it dispersed quite a bit. In the sky, Song Yue and Elder Bai were currently attacking. Their powerful sword attacks caused the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array to shake. This was especially so for Elder Bai. Every time she waved her hand, a ray of sword light would appear and could be seen from 10 miles away. This Elder Bai is indeed worthy of being from the #1 sword clan in the northern continent. A casual attack from her has unparalleled battle power. There's probably no true lord rank in the cloud area that can block one of her attacks. The upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance, including Old Su and company, respected Elder Bai. At least, no one present had the confidence to block one of Elder Bai's attacks. That Sang Yue is also terrifying. She has obtained the 7 sword inheritance, and her sword intent is shocking. A full-powered attack from her might be able to kill an early-stage, true lord rank. This girl's potential is immeasurable. She might be able to reach Sword Saint Yi Wuxia's level in the future. In the sky, the strength that Elder Bai and Sang Yue displayed made the upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance look up to them. However, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was harder to deal with than imagined. Although the attacks of the two girls could easily cut through the gray mist, they only needed to pause for a few breaths for the mist to quickly heal. As long as there's enough primal crystal stones and the chi of death, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array will be able to regenerate itself. Lin Tong looked from afar with a cold expression. It was obvious that the Scarlet Moon demonic religion's stronghold had a thick air of death. The piles of bones around the castle was proof of this. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Elder Bai waved his sleeve, and the sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth formed a magnificent sword glow. The power of this sword caused the sun and moon to pale. The experts outside the castle felt as if their hearts had been pierced by thousands of sword lights. The power of this sword has probably almost surpassed the true lord rank. Old Su's heart shook. Of all the experts he knew, no one had displayed such terrifying battle power, including Zhao Feng, who had returned to the cloud area. Everyone only saw a wave of dazzling, sword-light charge into the castle like an endless wave. Around the castle, a large area of grayish-black mist dissipated, revealing the interior of the castle. 10,000 sword technique? It's been several hundred years, but I can still see this sword technique of my old enemy. Destiny, a deep and mysterious voice sounded from the depths of the castle. That voice wasn't cold. In fact, it was very light. However, there was a strange and eerie feeling to it. The hearts of the several thousand elites in front of the castle shook. Those at the true spirit realm had extremely sharp senses, and their souls trembled uneasily. The deep voice contained a terrifying power that could pierce through one's soul. "Who are you?" Elder Bai's expression changed slightly. The aura from the depths of the castle made even her, who was at the peak true lord rank, feel uneasy. Oh, in the sky above the ancient castle, a human-shaped skeleton suddenly appeared. Its bones were gold and silver, and two deep red flames were dancing in its eye sockets. It was at the center of the layers of fog. The mysterious skeleton's eyes met Elder Bai's, and the latter seemed to be struck by lightning. That mental energy, aura, could it be from an origin core realm? No, it's at most at the half-step origin core realm, or else it wouldn't need to use the array. Elder Bai's eyes twinkled as she let out a breath. As long as the opponent wasn't at the origin core realm, she didn't fear any challenge with her peak true lord rank cultivation and supreme sword technique. Shwa! A black flag appeared in front of the skeleton. With a light wave, the black flag triggered a vast stream of deathly gray light to repair the gap in the formation. Don't even think about it. Elder Bai snickered coldly and teamed up with Song Yue to attack the gap. Stop them. The mysterious skeleton's low and hoarse voice came from below. Yes, division leader. Several figures leapt up near the city walls. There were dozens of them, and the weakest of them was at the peak true human rank. The three strongest auras had reached the true lord rank and floated in the air. In the middle was a fat figure holding a giant axe. He had a dazed expression and gave off the stench of a corpse. Subdivision Leader Beatty. He's not dead. Old Sue and the others were shocked. Before, Subdivision Leader Beatty had been pierced by Zhao Feng's water to ice sword and should have died. No, he's probably a living dead right now, and someone has used a ghost corpse puppet technique on him. At most, he'll be able to live for a month or two. Lin Tong coldly stared at the three true Lord rank auras, subdivision leaders of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Elder Bai revealed a solemn expression. Subdivision Leader Beatty's cultivation had reached the peak true Lord rank, the same level as her. To be able to use a secret technique on a peak true Lord rank, that skeleton is obviously a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Lin Tong's voice trembled. It was unknown whether it was from fear or excitement. Scarlet Moon demonic religion division leader. The hearts of the dragon-killing alliance shook, and they couldn't hide the shock and fear on their faces. Even at the peak of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, a division leader was an upper echelon. After several hundred years, the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had reappeared. What kind of impact was this to the cloud area? Woo! The mist of death covered the skeletal division leader's figure. Kill! The Scarlet Moon demonic religion's subdivision leader waved his axe and attacked Elder Bai and Song Yue. Beside subdivision Leader Beatty was Palace Lord Yulong and a gray-robed elder. Both of them were at the late stage true Lord rank. One peak true Lord rank and two late-stage true Lord ranks. What kind of terrifying battle power was this? So. On the city wall behind the three true Lord ranks, there were also several powerful auras at the true spirit realm that appeared and defended. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 481. In front of the barren castle, the black smoke rolled up and down, sometimes breaking and dispersing, then quickly recovering and condensing again. Kill! The elites of the Dragon-Killing Alliance charged towards the gap. With Elder Bai, Song Yue, and Old Sue at the front, dozens of experts at the true spirit realm joined the battle. In the midst of the city tower, subdivision, Leader Beatty waved his giant iron axe. With a single chop, it was as if the mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. On subdivision, Leader Beatty's left and right were Palace Lord Yulong and the gray-robed elder, who were both at the late-stage true Lord rank, who forced Song Yue and Old Sue back. 10,000 swords returned to one. Elder Bai Chang shouted sternly. With a wave of her sleeve, thousands of dazzling sword lights formed a huge ring that condensed at one point and launched a torrential storm of attacks at Division Leader Beatty. Ding, ding, ding. Subdivision leader Beatty swung his huge iron axe, sending sparks everywhere as he blocked the white-robed elder's ferocious attack. His figure was like a mountain. In terms of numbers and experts at the true spirit realm, the dragon-killing alliance had the advantage. However, on the ancient castle side, all of them had high-level combat strength. They didn't fear death, and their worth was high. The weakest of Subdivision leader Beatty's 3 true Lord ranks was at the late-stage true Lord rank, and they all had the courage to fight alone. Most importantly, the castle's side was protected by an array, and the black mist was like a mote of death. Those below the true spirit realm couldn't block the power of the black mist, and the slightest contact would cause their flesh and blood to rot, leaving behind a pile of white bones that became fertilizer for the devouring Spirit 10,000 withering array. Even those at the true spirit realm would be greatly affected by the black mist, and their battle power would decrease. Normal true human rank cultivators' battle power would decrease by 50% in the black mist. Those at the true mystic rank would decrease by 20 to 30%. Only those at the true Lord rank would be affected the least, and their battle power would decrease by 10%. On the other hand, the dozens of figures on the castle's side were all at the true spirit realm or above. What was incredible was that these people weren't affected by the black mist at all. Indeed, worthy of being a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Only the enemies are affected by the devouring Spirit 10,000 withering array. Lin Tong did not participate in the battle from afar, but he had a look of admiration on his face. His eye bloodline could barely see the skeletal division leader in the depths of the castle. The skeletal division leader floated in the center of the mist, and the black flag in front of it kept on moving. Of course, Lin Tong was very cautious and quickly looked away, not daring to look at the skeletal division leader. A legendary figure that had reached the division leader level had unfathomable strength. Killing a true mystic rank could be done with a thought. Ding, ding, boom, boom. Near the gap, the battle between the two sides intensified. The battle between Elder Bai and Subdivision leader Beatty shook heaven and earth. Everything within 100 yards became a zone of death, and anyone under the true Lord rank would die. Ding, ding, ding! Subdivision leader Beatty waved his giant iron axe, forming layers upon layers of axe walls. Gradually, he fell into a passive position and became tired of defending. This woman from the Myriad Sword sect is so strong. Even division leader Beatty is being suppressed by her. The expressions of Palace, Lord Yulong, and the other late-stage true Lord rank changed. The battle between two peak true Lord ranks wasn't fair. Firstly, Elder Bai would be affected by the devouring Spirit 10,000 withering array and lose 5% of his battle power. Secondly, Subdivision leader Beatty was a strength-type expert and was in a defensive state. This was especially so for the second point. Elder Bai had to fight head-on against a strength-type expert, like Division leader Beatty. This was a strenuous and unrewarding way of fighting. However, even then, Elder Bai was still able to suppress Subdivision leader Beatty. In comparison, Zhao Feng defeated Subdivision leader Beatty through skill, speed, and a strange bloodline ability. If Zhao Feng had fought head-on, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Subdivision leader Beatty head-on. Yet, Elder Bai had managed to accomplish this under all sorts of disadvantageous circumstances. Not bad, not bad. Your 10,000 sword technique should be at the 14th level now. You have the chance to catch up to Nan Jianfeng. A low and mysterious voice sounded from the depths of the castle. Who are you? Elder Bai's heart shook when he heard the name Nan Jianfeng. Nan Jianfeng was called the Little Sword Sovereign. He wasn't even 100 years old and was about to break through to the Origin Core realm and become the second Sword Sovereign, Yuwuxia. I had to pay a huge price to share the burden of the cult master to kill him. The skeletal division leader's figure started to float above the castle. At this moment, everyone could see the skeletal division leader's figure. Nan Jianfeng is my grandfather. So you're his killer. Die! Elder Bai's expression was cold as he turned into a streak of sword light that shot toward the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader laughed and waved the black flag in front of it. The mist in front of it turned into a dragon that burned with scarlet-purple flames. Whoosh! Elder Bai's sword light was destroyed by the skeletal division leader. Dominating sky, limitless slash. Subdivision leader Beatty swung his axe and pushed Elder Bai back dozens of yards. Schwa! Elder Bai's white dress was torn, and a bloody wound appeared on her snow-white skin. She staggered. Master! Sung Yue exclaimed. Je, you dare to be distracted in my devouring spirit 10,000 withering array. The skeletal division leader said playfully. He was still waving the black flag, attracting the surging black fog around the ancient castle. The weird thing was that the skeletal division leader only floated in the air and didn't chase after Elder Bai and company. The situation isn't looking good for the dragon-killing alliance. There's still a division leader on the Scarlet Moon demonic religion side. Who knows what he's planning? Lin Tong inspected the battle and didn't have any intentions of interfering. Although he was Xiao Feng's servant, no one on the dragon-killing alliance's side could order him around. In front of the gap in the castle, Elder Bai was slightly injured due to her carelessness. However, she wasn't scared and continued to attack subdivision leader Beatty. This time her battle power was obviously weaker and wasn't as relaxed as before. The gap in the mist is getting smaller and smaller. Old Sue was barely able to hold on and was pushed back by a late-stage true lord rank. Whoosh! The gray fog in front of the castle was rapidly mending itself, and the fog was slowly devouring the crowd. Everyone prepared to retreat. Old Sue's expression finally changed. If even the dragon-killing alliance couldn't break through the array right now, then their chances would be even slimmer after the array was repaired. Furthermore, the skeletal division leader in the air was like a mountain that made it hard for them to breathe. Once the skeletal division leader attacked, the result would be unimaginable. Too late. The black flag in the skeletal division leader's hand summoned a wave of burning smoke that descended from the sky and landed on the gap. A layer of scarlet and purple flames rose from the burning smoke and formed a triangular wall of flames that blocked everyone's path of retreat. Not good. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance turned around and saw the triangular wall blocking the path of retreat. The black flag hovered above everyone's heads, and as it spun in the air, it emitted a thick cloud of smoke that burned with flames. Its power was nearly 10 times greater than that of ordinary gray smoke. There's no way out. The upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance had ashen expressions. Normal true spirit realm cultivators would instantly turn into a puddle of blood upon contact with the black flag above their heads. The aura of the triangular wall behind them was even more terrifying. It was a secret technique that the skeletal division leader had used, and it contained its core flame. You're not at the half-step origin core realm. Elder Bai's face was pale white and filled with shock and despair. So that's how it is. The skeletal division leader's goal was to kill all the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance. Lin Tong, who was watching from afar, revealed an expression of understanding. As for the skeletal division leader's cultivation, it wasn't surprising that it was only at the origin core realm, since it was one of the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. I was ranked above average in the 12 divisions of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. Even though I've only awakened a few years ago and haven't fully recovered, I'm still not someone those half-step origin core realms can compare to. The skeletal division leader floated in the air and had a smug expression. It had finally trapped the upper echelon of the dragon-killing alliance. At this moment, the dragon-killing alliance, including Elder Bai, were in a life-and-death situation. There was no chance of victory if they charged forward, and retreating would only bring them closer to death. What was unimaginable was that the skeletal division leader didn't attack head on, even though it was floating in the air. It was still planning. We're still missing one. The flames in the skeletal division leader's eye sockets jumped as it looked at Pallas, Lord Yulong. Division leader, what are your orders? Pallas, Lord Yulong's hairs stood on end. Was there something on him? Far away, Lin Tong watched the dragon-killing alliance fall into despair step by step without any sympathy on his face. Should I tell Zhao Feng? Lin Tong struggled in his heart. He still remembered what Zhao Feng said to him before he left. You don't need to participate in the battle, but if the dragon-killing alliance is in danger, use the dark heart seed in your mind. I'll sense it and help. The dark heart seed was a mark that Zhao Feng had placed on Lin Tong's soul. This mark wasn't like the mark of the God Eye, which was used for tracking and concealment. Just as Lin Tong was struggling, meow meow, a silver-gray, thieving cat had appeared on Lin Tong's shoulder at some point. It extended its paw and lightly scratched his neck. Lin Tong's body froze, and he smiled bitterly. He had underestimated Zhao Feng. How could he not have a backup plan when he had given such an important mission to him? He didn't hesitate anymore and immediately used his mental energy to attack the dark heart seed. The skeletal division leader suddenly sensed something and looked in Lin Tong's direction. Its eyes flashed with a dark red light. Shwa! A powerful mental energy pressure appeared in the air above the castle, and even those at the true Lord rank felt their hearts jump and they felt like they couldn't breathe. Who's there? The skeletal division leader's heart skipped a beat as it turned around. On the side of his head, there was a translucent blue eye that seemed to be on par with the heaven and earth, looking down at him coldly. That's... The experts of the Dragon-Killing Alliance felt their hearts shake, and they had the urge to kneel and worship it. It's here again. Pallas, Lord Yulong hiccuped. It was obvious that he had a shadow in his heart. Zhizhe, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The tricks on the nether dragon were left behind by you, right? Although the skeletal division leader was surprised by the appearance of the Eye of Heaven, it wasn't too surprised. Chapter 482. The sky above the castle was covered in mist. The gold and silver skeleton faced off against the Eye of Nothingness, which was looking down at the earth. The skeletal division leader's outline could be seen in the smoke, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered with a dark aura. He calmly faced the Eye of Heaven above his head without any fear. The Eye of Heaven coldly stared at the skeletal division leader for a breath or two before a voice sounded. So it's you. So it's you. This voice sounded in the mental energy dimension and caused an uproar. What's going on? Does Zhao Feng know the skeletal division leader from a long time ago? No, the skeletal division leader is a leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion from several hundred years ago. Zhao Feng hasn't even been born for 20 years. Both friend and foe were stunned and puzzled. Elder Bai, Elder Su, and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, subdivision leader Beatty instinctively felt fear, and Pallas Lord Yulong was full of wariness. This reduced the pressure on the Dragon-Killing Alliance. At this moment, Elder Bai's heart shook as he looked at the Eye of Heaven in the sky. He felt a strong mental energy pressure. Could Zhao Feng's soul have already surpassed his own? Zhao Feng's consciousness looked down from the clouds. The God's spiritual eye has completely absorbed the wood's spirit essence soul, and my soul has reached a new level. Zhao Feng had a different feeling. In the past, when he used the Eye of Heaven, he would feel his eye bloodline power being used up quickly, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This time, the Eye of Heaven appeared more stable and condensed than before. Zhao Feng could even use the Eye of Heaven to send out mental energy sounds. You know me? Could it be? The flames in the skeletal division leader's eye sockets flashed as if it had thought of something. That's right. Zhao Feng and the skeletal division leader had met before. Back then, in the ancient temple of the Cloud Forest. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye had seen a skeleton that had just woken up and was abnormally weak. Even now, Zhao Feng's memory of that frightening scene was still fresh in his mind. The ghost mark that the skeletal division leader had left on Zhao Feng's body for a long time made him feel disgusted. Later on, Zhao Feng paid a huge price and even caused his cultivation to drop. Only then did he borrow the power of the curse in the 100 Graves forbidden area to break the ghost imprint. Interesting. Perhaps this is fate. After so many years, you finally delivered yourself to my doorstep. The skeletal division leader seemed to remember as well and let out a weird laugh as killing intent flashed in its eyes. Whoosh! The skeletal division leader's figure suddenly disappeared, and everyone could only see an afterimage. Dark ghost imprisonment. The skeletal division leader opened its mouth and spat. Whoosh! For balls of ghostly flames appeared. Each ball was about 3 meters in radius, and they emitted an aura of terror that could shake one's soul. Whoosh! 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 The 4 balls of ghostly flames each released a transparent green aura that formed a prison that trapped the Eye of Heaven. Not good. The upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance exclaimed. The skeletal division leader seemed to be prepared and used a secret technique to deal with the Eye of Heaven. In the sky, the auras of the 4 balls of ghostly flames skyrocketed. Each of them was comparable to the true Lord rank. They weren't made of flesh and blood. They were in a spiritual state. In terms of physical attacks, the 4 balls of ghostly flames weren't even as strong as those at the true spirit realm, but they specialized in mental energy. At this moment, transparent lines extended from the 4 balls of ghostly flames and formed a prison that trapped the Eye of Heaven. The dark ghost imprisonment is especially effective against spiritual bodies and has the ability to trap and kill them. For example, if a soul fragment or a spirit falls into it, it will be impossible for them to escape. The skeletal division leader laughed. The dark red flame in his eye sockets shrank, and wisps of transparent, dark red flame energy seeped into the nether ghost prison. I'll make sure you don't return. A low, hoarse, and frightening voice echoed in the air above the ancient castle. The Eye of Heaven fell into the prison and remained motionless. Wisps of transparent flames shot out by the skeletal division leader into the Eye of Heaven. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, the skeletal division leader specializes in the soul ghost technique and was only a sovereign at its peak. In the distance, Lin Tong watched the game quietly with a regretful expression. Although he was loyal to Zhao Feng and admired his unparalleled control, Lin Tong had to admit that Zhao Feng had hit a nail this time. This skeletal division leader also knows a bit about the Tao of the soul. Zhao Feng's divine sense was in the sky, and the prison around him gave him an uncomfortable feeling. The wisps of transparent flames seemed to have a terrifying power that could seep into one's soul. In this situation, Zhao Feng didn't move at all, as if there was nothing he could do. Division leader is mighty. Palace Lord Yulong was overjoyed and relieved at the same time. The previous 2 clashes made Palace Lord Yulong afraid of Zhao Feng. This time, when the Eye of Heaven appeared, even he, a late-stage true Lord rank, felt uneasy. Zhao Feng, no matter how talented you are and how you're an overwhelming prodigy, you still have a day like this. Meeting a division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion is your bad luck. Palace, Lord Yulong, and company felt relieved. The current situation made the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon feel extremely satisfied. Ever since they returned to the cloud area, that youth was like a god and forced the Scarlet Moon Iron Dragon into this state. Now, that nightmarish existence would finally disperse in his heart. Brat, do you really think you can interfere with my plan with a mere secret technique that transcends space? What do you have to say before you die? The skeletal division leader laughed smugly. Its plan was to capture the upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance, and it obviously didn't forget about Zhao Feng. The Skeletal Division leader had already noticed the mark of the god's eye on Palace Lord Yulong, but it didn't do anything. However, the expression of the eye of heaven in the sky was still cold, and there was a hint of playfulness in it. The Skeletal Division leader suddenly realized something. The eye of heaven didn't even try to struggle, as if it didn't interact much with the dark ghost prison. Azure eye-piercing slash. 2 beams of azure light flashed through the eye of heaven. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh, 2 enormous, translucent green wind blades that looked like incorporeal blades flashed past the city gate tower at lightning speed. Arg! Near the city gate tower, 2 tall figures were bleeding profusely. Plop! Plop! The 2 figures were cut in half and fell into a puddle of blood. How? Palace Lord Yulong's face was filled with fear and unwillingness even after being cut in half. The other late-stage, true Lord rank was still confused. He had never seen Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique before and died with his eyes wide open. This shocking scene shocked the crowd. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, instantly killing 2 late-stage, true Lord ranks. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline has reached such a level? Lin Tong's face was filled with shock as he stood rooted to the ground. In the air above the castle, the Skeletal Division leader's expression froze, and it started to speak. How can this be? How can he ignore the dark, ghost prison? Isn't that the eye of heaven a normal spiritual body? The eye of heaven killing 2 true Lord ranks in an instant also shocked it. But what truly puzzled him was what kind of existence did the eye of heaven exist? The eye of heaven seemed to be embedded in heaven and earth, as if it was just a projection. Its true consciousness wasn't here. Wind, lightning, eye flame. The giant eye suddenly turned green, and a translucent, deep green flame of wind and thunder flashed through it. Boom! One of the 4 balls of ghostly flames was instantly pierced by the eye of heaven and earth, and a scream sounded. On top of that, after the eye flame pierced through the ghostly flames, a portion of the flames landed on the castle, focusing on the physical dimension. Whoosh! A certain place in the depths of the castle started to burn. After that, the spirit-devouring myriad withering grand formation that enveloped the entire castle started to faintly shake while its glow dimmed down, and it was in complete disorder and extremely unstable. Not good. The eye of the array is burning. The Skeletal Division leader finally started to panic. Once the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was broken, it would face the attacks of several thousand elites of the Dragon Killing Alliance. Furthermore, the stronghold of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion would be destroyed as well. Shwa! After finishing all this, the eye of heaven dimmed and disappeared from the sky. The Skeletal Division leader let out a breath. Luckily, this technique expended a lot of energy, so the opponent couldn't keep attacking. So, the Skeletal Division leader returned to the castle and started to repair the eye of the array. Good chance. Everyone, let's break through the array. Old Sue's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. He knew the situation very well. Right now, the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array was weakened and unstable. This was the easiest time to break through. Furthermore, this was probably why Zhao Feng didn't kill the 2 late-stage true Lord ranks, but didn't destroy the flaming triangular wall behind them. Instead of helping the Dragon Killing Alliance retreat, Zhao Feng stopped them from attacking. Luckily, with the 2 late-stage true Lord ranks dead, only subdivision leader Beatty was left. They instantly had the advantage. Kill! Charge into the castle and destroy the array. Elder Bai, Song Yue, and company unleashed a barrage of attacks. Ding! 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 Subdivision leader Beatty waved his giant axe as he tried to defend. The experts around him died, one after another. Luckily, the Skeletal Division leader was able to help them while repairing the eye of the array, or else Subdivision leader Beatty wouldn't even be able to last 10 breaths. At the same time, several thousand miles away, on a golden-green bird. Shua! Zhao Feng's consciousness returned to his body and let out a light breath. Subdivision Leader Zhao, what just happened? Dai Yi asked curiously. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng's body was in a unique state, and his mental energy aura made the two's hearts jump. Zhao Feng's Eye of Heaven had only been used in the Purple Saint ruins, so Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi didn't know much about it. It's more troublesome than I imagined. The Scarlet Moon Division leaders are mostly at the Origin Core Realm at their peak. I'll be going first. What? Scarlet Moon Division leader? Origin Core Realm. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi were stunned. It was as if they couldn't handle this in a short amount of time. Shua! Before they finished speaking, a blurry arc of lightning shot into the sky. Chapter 483. Within the barren castle. After shaking for a while, the ghostly mist started to stabilize. The Skeletal Division leader let out a breath and didn't join the battle. Instead, it controlled the black flag and used the ghostly mist to repair the cracks in the array, especially the eye of the array that had been destroyed by the Eye of Heaven. However, at this moment, Subdivision Leader Beatty and the other experts of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion were being pushed back. This was especially true for Elder Bai and Song Yue's sword attacks, which swept through everything in their path. Dozens of bone-deep wounds were left on Division Leader Beatty's fat, stinking, half-dead body. It was too horrible to look at. Put in more effort and kill the subdivision leader. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome once the array is repaired. Old Su ordered the experts of the Dragon-Killing Alliance to attack. So, Subdivision Leader Beatty's figure suddenly retreated into the castle with his remaining companions. Kill! Subdivision Leader Beatty still has one breath left. The morale of the Dragon-Killing Alliance was high. They finally had the upper hand. There's no retreat. We can only attack. Old Su hesitated for a moment before making his decision. The Skeletal Division leader had used a secret technique to block them, and the Eye of Heaven didn't help them either. So, the upper echelon of the Dragon-Killing Alliance charged into the castle. Unexpectedly, the Skeletal Division leader was still repairing the array and didn't bother with them. Cries of battle sounded once more as they entered the depths of the castle. The castle was filled with white bones, and ghosts such as zombies, skeletons, and ghosts would occasionally appear. These ghosts are one of the sources of energy for the devouring Spirit 10,000 withering array. Kill as many as you can. Elder Bai ordered. A massacre started to spread within the castle. Everyone headed straight for the eye of the formation. Zhao Feng's eye flame has already pointed us to the eye of the array. Old Su's eyes were bright. When they arrived, they saw Subdivision Leader Beatty and 3 balls of ghostly flames near the eye of the array. Kill these ghosts, then deal with the Scarlet Moon Division leader. Elder Bai was skilled, bold, and fearless. Although Song Yue had only reached the half-step true Lord rank recently, her sword intent was strong and her battle power could suppress normal early-stage true Lord ranks. However, the 3 balls of ghostly flames around Subdivision Leader Beatty weren't easy to deal with, or else they wouldn't have been used against the Eye of Heaven. Woo-woo! The 3 ghostly flames shot out beams of transparent flames and green sparks. The psychic attacks threw the Dragon-Killing Alliance into chaos. Luckily, Elder Bai and Song Yue were experts who had comprehended sword intent, and their sword Dao could pierce through the soul dimension. Soon, one of them was destroyed by Song Yue, and the other 2 were covered in injuries. Elder Su felt gratified and nodded repeatedly. Elder Bai and Elder Su from the 10,000 Sword Sect had played a huge role in the attack on the ancient castle. Game over. A low, hoarse, and strange laughter echoed in the castle. Whoosh! The Skeletal Division leader arrived with the black flag in its hand. It had successfully repaired the devouring Spirit 10,000 withering array. The hearts of those from the Dragon-Killing Alliance shook. This division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had finally come out. Remnant of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, die. Elder Bai waved his sleeve and killed a ghostly flame before charging toward the skeletal division leader. 10,000 sword destruction. Elder Bai's sword Dao attack produced millions of sharp sword shadows that twisted and spun in the air, creating and destroying all living things. At this moment in time, Elder Bai's sword technique had reached an unprecedented level and had slightly surpassed the True Lord rank. In terms of offense alone, it was comparable to a half-step origin core realm. Zhezhe, worthy of being Nan Jianfeng's successor. The skeletal division leader was slightly surprised and waved the black flag in its hand, engulfing the last ball of ghastly dark flames. Woo! With a wave of the black flag, the ghostly dark flames that had been engulfed twisted into a dark flame hole that was 200 to 300 feet in diameter. It was surrounded by endless black and gray flames and light sparks. With the netherworld flame cave as the center, the surrounding black and gray flames and smoke spread out to a radius of 40 to 50 feet. Wang, Elder Bai, and the sword Dao's attack collided with the dark flame cave, causing a soul-shaking explosion to ring out from the void. A breath later, the black and gray flames and smoke around the nether flame cave shook violently, resonating with the 10,000 withering spirit devouring formation that enveloped the ancient castle. Its power increased once again, and it suddenly extended. Bam! Elder Bai's sword Dao attack was devoured by the dark flame cave. Her delicate body swayed, and her face turned pale. Not good. The experts of the Dragon-Killing Alliance exclaimed. The entrance of the nether flame cave once again expanded to a size of 70 to 80 meters, and the surroundings were filled with endless black and gray flames and surging smoke. It merged with the formation and was like an enormous, umbrella-shaped black curtain. The people below the Dragon-Killing Alliance were being compressed bit by the umbrella-shaped black screen with the entrance of the flame cave as the center. Zhezhe. This dark ghost night is the second plan. I'll lure you into the castle and kill you all at once. The skeletal division leader laughed as it waved the black flag and controlled the entrance of the cave, forcing everyone onto the ground. 10,000 swords returned to one. Heaven's and chaotic killing technique. Break. The people under the dark ghost night tried their best to counterattack. However, as soon as the attacks got close, they would all be absorbed by the power of the netherworld flame cave. Don't waste your energy. My dark ghost night is connected to the devouring spirit 10,000 withering array, and its power is limitless. The skeletal division leader waved the black flag with a smug expression. Arg. Some figures had already been devoured by the power of the dark ghost night. Only Elder Bai, Song Yue, and Old Su could barely hold on, but they obviously wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right at this moment, a weird sound came from outside the castle. Swoosh, swoosh! A wave of wind and lightning suddenly streaked across the sky from afar. Its power was terrifying, and it was accompanied by rolling thunder. Old Su, don't worry. A blue-haired youth with a pair of wings of wind and lightning appeared behind him. The wind howled and the thunder roared, resonating with the wind, lightning, yuan qi in heaven and earth. Shua. The wings of wind and lightning behind Zhao Feng's back disappeared, and a bright azure ball of lightning appeared in his palm. Wind, lightning, tornado. The ball of lightning twisted in the shape of a vortex, suddenly expanding and expanding. The center was like a bottomless abyss, surrounded by a huge tornado, accompanied by lightning and thunder, swallowing everything below. It's faster than I imagined. The skeletal division leader was surprised, but it wasn't surprised. Shua, a gold and silver bone whip appeared in the skeletal division leader's other hand. With a flick of the whip, it was like a bone dragon that met the wind-lightning tornado head-on. Whoosh! The wind-lightning tornado clashed with the flaming bone dragon, causing the castle's array to tremble. What inheritance did this brat obtain? He's only at the early stage true Lord rank, but his battle power is so strong. The skeletal division leader's expression became solemn as it lashed out with its gold and silver whip, which looked like bone dragons dancing in the air. Wind, lightning crackling, slash. Zhao Feng waved his hand, and a blade of wind and lightning dozens of yards long slashed toward the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader controlled the black flag with one hand and waved the bone whip with the other to fight Zhao Feng. Crackle! Zhao Feng's wind, lightning crackling slash could slay a late-stage true Lord rank, but it was easily blocked by the skeletal division leader's whip. The skeletal division leader's cultivation was extremely high, and every breath it took was like it was in the eye of the wind. It was similar to Lu Tianibak in the Purple Saint Ruins. It's indeed at the origin core realm, but the skeletal division leader's body is too weak, so it can only use 30 to 40% of its battle power. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and inspected the skeletal division leader's body. In reality, when the eye of heaven descended, Zhao Feng had a rough idea of the skeletal division leader's strength. However, even then, the skeletal division leader was still able to fight against Elder Bai, Songyue, Old Su, and the other true spirit realm cultivators. Looks like normal attacks won't be enough to deal with it. The origin core realm can continuously absorb heaven, earth, yuan qi, which isn't something the true spirit realm can do. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. After exiting seclusion this time, Zhao Feng's battle power had reached the peak True Lord rank, but when he used his full power, it was comparable to the half-step origin core realm. However, this wasn't his biggest improvement. Shua! The wings of wind and lightning on Zhao Feng's back extended, and he retreated a mile in a breath or two. Then he stood still. His blue hair danced in the wind, but the color of his hair suddenly changed. Change in eye bloodline power? The skeletal division leader revealed a surprised expression. In half a breath's time, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye turned azure. The azure left eye was like a bottomless abyss, and it radiated a terrifying pressure that continued to rise. At this moment in time, Zhao Feng's mental energy pressure became stronger and stronger, breaking through the limits of the three heavens of the true spirit realm. Such a powerful soul. It's comparable to a sovereign. The skeletal division leader's expression changed dramatically as it became uneasy. Although it was a sovereign at its peak and its soul was at the origin core realm, it was now in a weakened state and its soul wasn't as strong as it was at its peak. At this moment, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique took twice as long as before. Wind, lightning, eye flame. In Zhao Feng's azure left eye, a dark azure aura flashed, and there was even a faint hint of purple. Whoosh! A half-transparent, dragon-shaped flame of wind, lightning, and fire smashed into the skeletal division leader. SII. The skeletal division leader groaned as it was hit by a half-transparent flame and lightning. The most terrifying thing was the wind, lightning, eye flame that had seeped into its soul. Zhao Feng's soul power had surpassed the half-step origin core realm and was comparable to a sovereign. The power of his eye bloodline technique was reflected in the soul. This eye flame did quite a bit of damage to the skeletal division leader. Whoosh! While the skeletal division leader was dazed, the darkness below was torn apart by two terrifying swords. Bastard of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, Dai, Elder Bai and Song Yue, charged over from below, their swords piercing toward the skeletal division leader. Chapter 484. Remnant of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion, Dai, Elder Bai and Song Yue, charged out from below and formed a pincer attack with Zhao Feng in the air. The situation turned around in the blink of an eye. The skeletal division leader screamed as a dark, bone-chilling light appeared around its body and barely managed to extinguish the wind, lightning eye flame. However, the damage to its soul couldn't be healed so quickly. Before he could react, Zhao Feng's left eye turned a bone-chilling blue. The second eye bloodline technique had been successfully prepared. Ice Soul Shooting Line. A transparent ray of light that was half the width of a person pierced through the skeletal division leader's body. See, the skeletal division leader fell into extreme coldness after being hit by the lightning, and its mind was injured once more. The Ice Soul Shooting Line was a mental energy attack. The stronger one's soul and eye power was, the more powerful it was. With Zhao Feng's current strength, the Ice Soul Shooting Line could freeze 99% of true Lord ranks to death. Even those at the half-step origin core realm wouldn't be able to block it. However, after all, the skeletal division leader was a sovereign at its peak. Its soul and intent weren't something normal true Lord ranks or half-step origin core realms could be compared to. The skeletal division leader's body went cold after taking this attack head-on, but it wasn't fatally injured, indeed worthy of being at the origin core realm. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. This Ice Soul Shooting Line had successfully injured the skeletal division leader and greatly reduced its speed, achieving its goal. Next, the skeletal division leader couldn't dodge and had to take Elder Bai and Song Yue's attacks head-on. Ding! Sparks flew on the intersecting gold and silver bones, leaving a shallow mark. What? Elder Bai and Song Yue's expressions changed dramatically. The skeletal division leader's body was tougher than expected and was able to take their attacks head-on. Humph, it's just an empty shell. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as his god's spiritual eye turned azure. Green eye sharp cut. A wisp of green light appeared in his left eye. Puff! A half-transparent blade of wind landed on one of the skeletal division leader's joints. Kacha! The skeletal division leader's body shook as its arm broke, and the gold-silver bone whip flew out of its hand. Attack the bone joints! Elder Bai and Song Yue understood. Although the skeletal division leader's body was strong and could block attacks from normal True Lord ranks, it wasn't flawless. Any flaw would not be able to escape Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye. Ignorant child! The skeletal division leader roared and opened its hand. A dark gust of wind wrapped around the arm and the gold and silver bone whip and pulled them toward it. He sneered in his heart. With his own secret technique, his broken arm could be reconnected in an instant. If the skeletal division leader didn't have any tricks up its sleeves, it wouldn't have been able to survive back then. Meow meow. A silver-gray, thieving cat appeared in the air and smiled at the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader paused. Shwa! A silver-striped, blood-colored whip suddenly appeared and took the arm and the gold-silver bone whip away. Thieving cat, leave! The skeletal division leader roared in anger. It wasn't just one of its arms that was taken away. The gold-silver bone whip wasn't a normal item. Meow meow. The little thieving cat played with the gold-silver bone whip excitedly and put away the silver-striped, blood-colored whip. The skeletal division leader was so angry that it almost exploded. However, the little thieving cat wasn't moved at all. It took a bite of the bone whip and curled its lips. The skeletal division leader was just about to charge over when it was attacked by Zhao Feng, Elder Bai, and Song Yue. Even the old man below had come over to surround him. Ding! Ding! Bam! The skeletal division leader was dazed. With a ding, Elder Bai and Song Yue almost cut off one of the skeletal division leader's legs. If this continued, even if the skeletal division leader won, its bones would shatter. Thieving cat! Bastard! The skeletal division leader was enraged. It had never suffered like this before. It had been tricked by Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat. Eye of Ice Soul! Seeing that the skeletal division leader was about to go berserk, Zhao Feng switched to his left eye. Under the Eye of Ice Soul, the skeletal division leader's body stiffened. The coldness of the Eye of Ice Soul could freeze its thoughts and affect its body. 10,000 Sword Void Destruction. Sky Absolute Killing Sword. Elder Bai and Song Yue's attacks landed on the skeletal division leader without hesitation. At this point in time, marks were left on the skeletal division leader's body, especially around its joints. However, the skeletal division leader couldn't even go berserk after being locked on by Zhao Feng's Eye of Ice Soul. Its thoughts were only 50 to 60% of normal. With Zhao Feng's current eye bloodline power, normal true lord ranks would be as slow as a turtle when locked on by the Eye of Ice Soul. Brat, you're courting death. The skeletal division leader's roar sounded in the soul dimension. A dark red flame danced in its eye sockets, and a wicked mental energy aura started to spread. Dark Soul Deathclaw. The skeletal division leader swiped its hand, and a dark red claw the size of a house slashed toward Xiaofeng. The moment the Nether Soul Deathclaw was released, the hearts of all the true spirit-level experts present turned cold and inexplicably trembled. They only felt the aura of death brush past them. What a terrifying soul attack! Elder Bai and Old Su revealed shocked expressions. The claw was white and glittered with a dark red light. Before it even got close, Zhao Feng felt a coldness in his soul. No one under the Origin Core realm will be able to escape unscathed from this claw. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye locked onto the path of the Dark Soul Claw. Shua. He didn't move and allowed the Dark Soul Death Claw to pierce through his body. Pop! Within the dimension of his left eye, a ripple appeared on the surface of the lake, and a claw-shaped crack appeared on the surface of the lake. Hee. I have never been injured by a mental attack before. Zhao Feng stood where he was, unsurprised. The god's spiritual eye was almost immune to normal mental attacks and illusions. In terms of strength, Zhao Feng's soul was comparable to an Origin Core realm sovereign. Compared to the skeletal division leader, he had the advantage. How his eye bloodline is almost immune to normal soul Dao attacks. The skeletal division leader's heart shook. He obviously knew that even a half-step Origin Core realm wouldn't be able to escape unscathed from his Dark Soul Death Claw. Under the Eye of Ice Soul, the skeletal division leader's movements became sluggish and it howled. Rumble. Suddenly, the 10,000 withering spirit devouring formation that enveloped the castle shook violently and collapsed. No one knew who destroyed the Eye of the Array. In an instant, the mist around the castle dissipated and sunlight shone in. The skeletal division leader's expression was grim. Knowing that it had lost, it screeched, "Juniors, it won't be long before the Scarlet Moon, sacred religion, returns. You juniors won't be able to escape." The skeletal division leader's damaged skeleton suddenly spat out a gold and silver flame, and its aura rose by half a level. It was as if it had become a true sovereign, who, the boundless, might seem to reign supreme in the heavens and earth, and it was unstoppable as it pushed back the surrounding crowd. Immediately following that, the skeletal division leader's body started to dim as it was pushed out of the castle by a gold and silver flame. Cho! In just a few breaths, the black flame had reached the end of the desert. Within the castle, Old Su and the other true spirit realm experts let out a long breath. Plop! Plop! Elder Bai and Song Yue fell to the ground, their auras extremely weak. After going through a series of battles and using all kinds of secret techniques, the true spirit experts present were all exhausted. We've finally won. The skeletal division leader will be heavily injured and will need at least a year or two to come back. Old Su sighed. Everyone at the scene had a lingering fear in their hearts, as if they had just survived a disaster. Before attacking the Iron Dragon's lair, who would have thought that there would be a terrifying Scarlet Moon Division leader level existence in this castle? For many people, being able to survive was already extremely lucky. Thank you all for your help. Leave the rest to me. A calm and warm voice came from above the castle. Everyone paused and looked at the blue-haired youth floating in the air. Many people's hearts shook. The reason why they were able to achieve victory in this bitter battle instead of being completely annihilated was because of this young man before them. Within the castle, only Zhao Feng was unharmed. Zhao Feng, You're going to chase after the Scarlet Moon Division leader by yourself. Song Yue gritted her teeth and tried to stand up with her hand on her sword. Brother Zhao, don't chase after him. We can discuss this later. Old Su quickly said. Elder Bai had a complex expression. Zhao Feng, I don't recommend you to chase after him. The Scarlet Moon Division leader was an origin core realm at his peak and is an upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. His foundation is immeasurable, and he definitely has powerful life-saving methods. Zhao Feng smiled faintly. I'll only be able to leave the cloud area after I've dealt with all of them. If you really want to chase after him, you can wait until we've rested. After all, I have a feud with the Scarlet Moon Division leader. Elder Bai said solemnly. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. If we waste too much time, the trail will be broken. Thank you for your good intentions, but I alone am enough. Zhao Feng shook his head and smiled. Wang, a pair of wind and thunder radiant wings, suddenly extended from his back, summoning the powerful wind and thunder energy of heaven and earth to respond to it. One person was enough. Old Su and company were shocked when they heard this. That Zhao Feng is confident he can chase after the skeletal division leader by himself? Elder Bai and Song Yue's expressions froze as they looked at each other in shock. Crack! Zhao Feng flapped his wings of wind and lightning and turned into a bolt of lightning. His speed wasn't any slower than the skeletal division leaders. Within the castle, everyone sent Zhao Feng off with dazed eyes and couldn't calm down. He's indeed worthy of being the overwhelming prodigy of this era. How many tricks has he not used yet? Elder Bai sighed. Yu Tianhao, Zhao Feng, and the other overwhelming prodigies. I'll challenge all of you when I return to the northern continent sacred land. Song Yu's eyes were filled with stubbornness. Chapter 485. 5 or 6 days later, in the depths of the sky cloud forest. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A powerful gust of wind and lightning flashed across the sky above the forest. All the beasts and beasts nearby were trembling in fear. A few breaths later, that ball of wind shadow lightning gradually dimmed. With a whoosh, it suddenly landed on the top of the tallest tree nearby. On the top of the tree, a blue-haired youth was panting as his wings of wind and lightning faded away. As his left eye contracted, he scanned the remaining auras in a certain area. Even some indiscernible details, such as the gas and dust in the air, the changes in the particles in the chi of heaven and earth, could not escape the young man's eyes. It's here. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised as he looked ahead. A river appeared in front of the forest, and on the other side of the river was a small canyon. That canyon was still fresh in Zhao Feng's memory. Back then, he was forced into despair by a high-tier deadly beast. Luckily, Ran Xiaoyuan and the other disciples came and slayed the Azure Wolf King, allowing Zhao Feng to escape. Who would have thought that today Zhao Feng would pass by here? Over the past few days, Zhao Feng had been chasing after the skeletal division leader, resting and chasing. The skeletal division leader's strength was unfathomable. Even though Zhao Feng had comprehended the Wind Lightning Emperor's inheritance, he couldn't catch up. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Feng had cultivated the wings of wind and lightning a few days ago, he would have lost track of the skeletal division leader long ago. Luckily, although Zhao Feng didn't have the advantage in speed, his god's spiritual eye allowed him to lock onto the skeletal division leader. With the help of his powerful mental energy and soul, his Yuan Qi quickly recovered. It's right ahead. Let's see how long you can run for. Zhao Feng snickered coldly as the wings of wind and lightning appeared on his back once more, and he instantly flew past the canyon. He passed through the canyon and continued deeper. At a certain moment, the forest in front of them became even more serene. It was like a mysterious forest. Could it be that place? Zhao Feng's heart shuddered as his god's spiritual eye stared at the deepest part of the forest. Through the god's spiritual eye, he was able to determine where the skeletal division leader went. As for that place, even Zhao Feng was wary of it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not rashly enter it. This is the best time to kill the skeletal division leader. It's heavily injured, and its yuan qi is greatly weakened. Zhao Feng's face was filled with killing intent as he continued to go deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, there was a vast expanse of mist that obscured one's vision. Whoosh! It was a broken skeleton, surrounded by a layer of dark light, flickering between light and dark, giving it an eerie appearance. That blue-haired brat is really like a ghost that won't go away. He's always locked onto me. The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth, and killing intent filled its face. Over the past few days, he had used every method he could think of to get rid of Zhao Feng's pursuit. For example, he didn't care about the price and used his yuan qi to increase his speed, allowing him to be twice as fast as Zhao Feng in a short amount of time. He also used a few secret techniques to hide his aura or leave behind an illusion to trick the enemy. However, the skeletal division leader used all its methods, but it was still unable to escape Zhao Feng's pursuit. 2 days ago, he thought that he had successfully shaken off his pursuers. He heaved a sigh of relief and found a place to hide, preparing to rest. However, in less than an hour, the Eye of Heaven appeared out of nowhere and unleashed a fierce eye bloodline flame that worsened the skeletal division leader's injuries. We're almost at the 100 Graves forbidden ground. The number of experts that can enter and return alive can be counted on one hand. The skeletal division leader snickered coldly and flew into the depths of the mist. A while later, the skeletal division leader came to a place where bones were buried and a mysterious power filled the area. There were more than 100 tombs in the depths of the forbidden ground, and they surrounded the silver crystal field. In the center of the silver crystal plaza, there was a stone platform that looked like an altar. Even someone as strong as the skeletal division leader felt uneasy after entering this place, and it carefully took out a piece of blood-colored jade. Even normal sovereigns won't be able to easily block the power of the curse. Luckily, I followed the patriarch here before and have a way to deal with it. The skeletal division leader sat on the ground of bones, but it didn't dare to get too close to the tombs. After entering the 100 Graves forbidden ground, the skeletal division leader calmed down and started to rest. It wasn't scared of Zhao Feng coming, and it was even looking forward to it. If that brat dared to come, it wouldn't even need to do anything. Just the power of the curse alone would be enough to make him suffer. According to what he knew, only a few sovereigns at the Origin Core realm could leave the 100 Graves forbidden ground unscathed. Even ordinary supremacies would have to pay a price to enter the 100 Graves forbidden area, half the time it took to make tea later. Chio, the sound of wind and lightning came from the area outside the 100 Graves forbidden ground. He's here. The skeletal division leader was overjoyed. It wanted Zhao Feng to come in. Hee, as you wish. A soft laugh passed through the misty area into the forbidden ground of 100 Graves. Just as he finished speaking, the wind and lightning flashed, and a blue-haired youth floated into the land of white bones. Woo! The power of the curse drilled into Zhao Feng from the 100 Graves forbidden ground. Humph! Zhao Feng's left eye squinted and released a wisp of a terrifying ancient aura that caused the power of the curse to scatter. This brat really dares to come in? What? The aura of the ancient era. The skeletal division leader didn't even warm it, but as it watched Zhao Feng charge into the forest, Zhao Feng had an easier time dealing with the power of the 100 Graves forbidden ground than the skeletal division leader. He didn't even need to do anything. On the contrary, the skeletal division leader had to divert some of its attention to deal with the power of the curse. In other words, in the 100 Graves forbidden ground, Zhao Feng's battle power wasn't affected at all. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader was affected. This unexpected situation almost made the skeletal division leader spit out a mouthful of blood. Wind, lightning crackling, slash. Zhao Feng attacked without saying anything. Shua, a giant blade of wind lightning, slashed toward the skeletal division leader with a series of crackling sounds. Now that the skeletal division leader had lost its gold and silver whip, it could only use its remaining arm to block Zhao Feng's attack. Sparks flew and thunder boomed. Ding, the skeletal division leader was forced back a few steps, but it wasn't very injured. Skeletal division leader, let's see how long your tattered body can last. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and confidently. After a few days of battle, Zhao Feng's battle power was slowly catching up to the half-step origin core realm. Zhao Feng had only just started comprehending some of the wind, lightning stone tablet's intent and some of his battle skills. Zhao Feng's every movement was filled with the wind, lightning yuan qi, and the lightning yuan qi in heaven and earth held with him at the center. Furthermore, the power of his every move became more condensed. In terms of soul strength, Zhao Feng was comparable to those at the origin core realm. This was because of the wood's spirit essence soul and Xian Wuheng's heaven and earth intent. In terms of intent, Zhao Feng was also close to the peak true Lord rank. Therefore, although Zhao Feng's cultivation was only at the early stage true Lord rank, his battle power had reached the limit of the true Lord rank. Brat, don't be arrogant. You won't be able to do anything to me. The skeletal division leader's expression was gloomy. Its battle power was even lower than 5 or 6 days ago. On the contrary, Zhao Feng was using battle to nurture battle, and his comprehension was increasing through battle. The more he fought, the braver he became. Tung, tung, tung. The skeletal division leader was pushed back, unable to block Zhao Feng's attacks. The skeletal division leader could take Zhao Feng's normal attacks head-on, but ting! However, Zhao Feng's soul was stronger than ever, and he used his eye bloodline techniques at the critical moment, increasing the damage to the skeletal division leader's soul. The skeletal division leader's ultimate skills were mostly ghost techniques. Normal experts wouldn't be able to defend against them, and they were extremely effective. Unfortunately, Zhao Feng had a strong resistance against mental energy attacks. As his soul became stronger, some of the skeletal division leaders' killing moves were useless against him. I can only use this move. The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth and released gold and silver flames from its broken body. In an instant, the skeletal division leader's aura rose by half a level, and it caused the heaven-earth yuan qi to surge. This aura had surpassed the true Lord rank and was even comparable to the skeletal division leader when it was at its peak. Squeezing out the source of life and energy, Zhao Feng's heart dropped, and his god's spiritual eyes' expression changed. Ghost bone giant spirit. The skeletal division leader's aura was comparable to a sovereign, and its gold and silver skeleton started to grow. 7 feet, 9 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal division leader's gold and silver body expanded to the height of several stories, and it was covered in black flames. In front of it, Zhao Feng was like a child in front of a giant. Not only that, the skeletal division leader's tattered body seemed to merge into the ground and absorb some sort of power from the bones to repair its body. Die! The skeletal division leader's aura was vast, and its every action seemed to contain the heaven-earth yuan qi. It was as if it was the center of heaven and earth. In this state, its battle power doubled, and it could kill a peak true Lord rank with one punch. If it was Elder by from a few days ago, he probably wouldn't even be able to take one punch from the skeletal division leader. What terrifying power! Even Lu Tianyi from the Pure Moon's spiritual sect isn't that strong. Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he felt like he couldn't breathe. In this moment of danger, Zhao Feng didn't retreat. There was a trace of madness in his eyes. The power of his bloodline seemed to have been stimulated, and a wave of blue ripples surrounded him. Then, It suddenly turned into a bone-chilling blue color. Ice Imperial Spear! Zhao Feng's hands came together, and a half-transparent ice-blue spear shadow appeared. The air trembled as an indescribable coldness froze the area, causing the heaven-earth Yuan Qi to freeze. Not good. How is this possible? The shadow of an Earth-grade weapon. The Skeletal Division leader's punch had only just been thrown out when it felt the intent of its attack stop. He exclaimed as panic appeared in his eyes as he looked at the ice-blue spear shadow Zhao Feng had summoned with his bloodline power. Chapter 486. In the instant that the Skeletal Division leader started to panic, Zhao Feng circulated his ice-water bloodline and thrust his palms forward. Whoosh! The ice-blue spear shadow in Zhao Feng's palm had a deep and ancient aura, emitting a chilling aura of an ancient emperor, as if it was extending from an endless ice field. Pum! The tattered ice-blue spear shadow destroyed the Skeletal Division leader's attack like a piece of rotten wood. A dominating coldness spread across the Skeletal Division leader's body, and the latter's body started to freeze. The Skeletal Division leader's expression was filled with fear as it retreated, but its movements were slow and stiff. Die. Zhao Feng activated the power of his bloodline to maintain the broken ice-blue spear shadow and launched the second attack. In a split second, a mysterious blue spear shadow appeared in the air, and an ancient cold aura spread in all directions. Kacha! The Skeletal Division leader's remaining arm instantly turned into ice and fell off layer by layer. At this moment, his pair of arms no longer existed. Only his skeleton torso and legs remained. Stop! You can't do this! As the Skeletal Division leader's body started to freeze, its eyes were filled with fear as it tried to squeeze out more of its life force. Zhao Feng used all his strength to maintain the broken ice-blue spear shadow, but that Earth-ranked divine weapon shadow seemed to be showing signs of instability. That feeling of powerlessness was extremely obvious. With my bloodline power, I can't maintain the Earth-grade divine weapon shadow for long. As time passes, my control over it will decrease. Whoosh! Zhao Feng smiled faintly and withdrew his bloodline power. The ice-blue spear shadow, floating in front of him, instantly disappeared. Wind lightning break. Zhao Feng's entire body released a dazzling azure light of wind and lightning. A twisted ball of wind and lightning appeared in his palm, compressed to the limit. Whoosh! At the center of the ball of wind and lightning, a wisp of faint violet flashed faintly, and then it suddenly expanded and erupted with a distorted, fan-shaped wave of wind and lightning. Thunder rumbled and shook the sky, and an area of over 100 meters was instantly annihilated. With a boom, the Skeletal Division leader's frozen body was sent flying by the wind-lightning destruction and landed in the tombs behind it. That palm almost shattered the Skeletal Division leader's body, and its broken gold and silver bones fell to the ground. Could it be that you possess a fragment of an Earth-rank divine weapon? Almost all of the Skeletal Division leader's bones had been shattered, and it struggled within the tomb. While he was shocked, there was also a trace of bewilderment in his heart. If Zhao Feng had used the Earth-grade figure a third time, it would have been enough to kill the Skeletal Division leader. However, Zhao Feng did not do so. Instead, he calmly withdrew his bloodline power. In reality, if Zhao Feng forced himself, he could still maintain the Ice Imperial Spear's aura for 1 or 2 more attacks, even if his bloodline power would be exhausted. Shua! Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he landed in the tomb and stepped on the Skeletal Division leader's head. Bastard, if you want to kill me, then do it. The Skeletal Division leader was furious and humiliated, but it couldn't struggle. It had completely lost to Zhao Feng. When the image of the Earth-grade divine weapon appeared, victory was decided. Only a primal core realm venerate in his peak state could deal with that power. I can't let him off so easily. Zhao Feng's eyes narrowed as he scanned the Skeletal Division leader's gold and silver bones. Zhao Feng knew how tough the Skeletal Division leader's body was, This was the body of a sovereign, and it had blocked Elder Bai and Song Yu's attacks. Zhao Feng had made up his mind to enslave the skeletal division leader and turn it into a ghost corpse. At the very least, the pile of gold and silver bones in front of him was a great material for creating ghost corpses. Therefore, Zhao Feng didn't use the figure of the Earth-grade weapon to kill the skeletal division leader a third time. Skeletal division leader, you have two choices now. First, die. Your body will become a material for me to create ghost corpses. Second, obey and become my slave. Zhao Feng said straightforwardly, "You, shameless brat." The skeletal division leader roared in anger. It wanted to struggle, but its head was stepped on by Zhao Feng's foot. If Zhao Feng wanted to kill it, he could do so with just a thought. The skeletal division leader's body was broken, and it didn't even have 10% of its battle power left. It wasn't that he couldn't forcefully activate the spirit ghost secret technique that he was proficient in, launch a final counterattack, or escape. However, when it thought about Zhao Feng's terrifying eye bloodline and how it was almost immune to mental energy attacks, the skeletal division leader felt helpless. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye locked onto the skeletal division leader. All he needed to do was use his eye flame to end the skeletal division leader's life. The skeletal division leader obviously knew this. "Brat, I don't believe that you can use my body as a material to refine a corpse. Do you also know ghost corpses?" The skeletal division leader gave up struggling, and cunningness flashed through its eyes. The value of its body was its last chance to negotiate with Zhao Feng. Now that Zhao Feng said that even if the skeletal division leader died, he could still use its body. The skeletal division leader questioned this. If it denied this, Zhao Feng wouldn't kill it so easily. If Shao Chun killed a sovereign of the primal core realm without taking back anything of value, any expert would be unwilling to do so. Shua. Two dark silver ghost corpses appeared next to Zhao Feng, and their auras had reached the early stage true lord rank. The skeletal division leader's eyes twinkled. It could obviously see the strength of these two dark silver ghost corpses. Furthermore, a black pearl in Zhao Feng's hand caught the skeletal division leader's attention. The two dark silver ghost corpses were taken from the black pearl. That pearl, the skeletal division leader's heart jumped. He was proficient in the ghost corpse secret art. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate himself to this state and escape the great calamity of the 10 great sects of the continent. In terms of this, the skeletal division leader was one of the top existences in the Azure Flower Continent. The 10,000 ghost pearl in Zhao Feng's hand was a sacred weapon of the Tao of Ghosts that came from the 10,000 Ghost Emperor. The 10,000 ghost pearl released a faint aura of the Tao of Ghosts, which made the skeletal division leader's heart jump. Sensing it, the power of ghosts within its body started to tremble, as if it wanted to worship it. "There's a limit to my patience. Die or be my slave," Zhao Feng said impatiently. The expression on his face wasn't intentional. He needed to deal with the cloud area as soon as possible before he could go to the Canopy Great Country. The skeletal division leader's expression kept changing as its gaze flashed between Zhao Feng's left eye and the 10,000 ghost pearl. The god's spiritual eye made the skeletal division leader wary and helpless. The 10,000 ghost pearl, on the other hand, made it greedy. "If I don't become your slave, I'll die for sure. If I agree, I'll at least have a sliver of a chance to turn things around. If I succeed, the pearl will be mine." The skeletal division leader gritted its teeth and made a decision. The 10,000 ghost pearl in Zhao Feng's hand made the skeletal division leader extremely curious and tempted. Even with its several hundred years of experience, it had never seen a sacred weapon of this level. There probably wasn't a second one like it on the continent. If it succeeded, the rewards would be immeasurable. "I agree to be your slave, but at the same time, you need to agree to let me have my own consciousness." The skeletal division leader's expression dimmed as it agreed. "Okay." Zhao Feng thought for a while before agreeing to the skeletal division leader's request. There were two ways to enslave the skeletal division leader. The first was to turn it into a ghost corpse. Its consciousness would disappear or it would lose control of itself. The second was to use a secret technique to control the skeletal division leader. However, the latter would still have its own consciousness and would only submit to Zhao Feng due to the threat to its life. The skeletal division leader definitely wouldn't agree to the first method. It would rather die. If it became a ghost corpse enslaved by Zhao Feng, it would become a puppet with no consciousness and would suffer a fate worse than death. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader still had a small chance of succeeding. For example, if Zhao Feng died, the skeletal division leader would regain its freedom. Therefore, the second method had a certain degree of risk for the controller. It required great strength and control. After all, the skeletal division leader was an origin core realm sovereign at its peak, and it was extremely cunning. Think about it, if a normal expert enslaved it, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. Although the second option is somewhat risky, a servant with intelligence will be more useful than a ghost corpse puppet of the same level. Zhao Feng knew the pros and cons of this. However, he did not hesitate at all and agreed to this request. Zhao Feng was confident in his own strength and was confident in controlling the skeletal division leader. After resting for a while, Zhao Feng sat in front of the skeletal division leader's head and started to gather his eye bloodline power. The little thieving cat sat next to him and watched over the skeletal division leader. The two dark silver ghost corpses stood on the skeletal division leader's left and right. The flames in the skeletal division leader's eyes dimmed and it sighed in its heart. This junior was extremely cautious. An hour later, Zhao Feng successfully merged the dark heart seed into the skeletal division leader's soul. The dark heart seed this time was different from the one he had planted on Lintong last time. Last time, Zhao Feng had forcefully planted the dark heart seed in the skeletal division leader's body. If it resisted too much, it could cause the target's soul to shatter. This time, the skeletal division leader had to cooperate and allow the dark heart seed to enter its soul. Not only that, the dark heart seed this time had been perfected, and it used up a lot of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power. It was dozens of times more powerful than last time, so its power was obviously several times more powerful. This kind of heart-controlling technique involves the principles of the Tao of the soul, and it's used through an eye bloodline. Could it be the dark eye forbidden page? The skeletal division leader's heart trembled, but it couldn't resist. It had to cooperate with Zhao Feng and place the dark heart seed into its soul. The skeletal division leader knew how strong the dark heart seed was, and it felt like there was a ticking time bomb in its soul that could take its life at any moment. Not bad. Zhao Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. His control over the dark heart seed this time was extremely strong. Through the god's spiritual eye, he could destroy the skeletal division leader's soul with just a thought. Even if I recover to the peak origin core realm and am proficient in the Tao of the soul, my chances of undoing this technique are less than 10%. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader's expression was extremely ugly and depressed. Chapter 487. Within the 100 Graves, Forbidden Ground. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on top of a pile of bones as he recovered his yuan qi. Due to his strong mental energy, his source of true spirit was full in just half a day and was starting to become stronger. On the other hand, the recovery of his eye bloodline power was slower. Maintaining the fragment of the earth-grade weapon takes too much of my bloodline power. I won't be able to recover without a few days. Zhao Feng closed his eyes and felt the Ice Imperial Spear in his bloodline. The Ice Imperial Spear's current state was special, and most of its power was asleep. Furthermore, not all Earth-grade divine weapons could fuse with the body's bloodline like a liquid. This was due to the Ice Imperial Spear's uniqueness. It contained the profundities of ice and water, and this liquid state was a very profound profundity of water. It was because of this that Zhao Feng was able to use a wisp of the Ice Imperial Spear's aura. If he were to activate the Ice Imperial Spear, even a normal sovereign wouldn't be able to control it. Even Earth-grade weapons had different tiers, and since the Purple Saint Partial Spirit taught the Ice Imperial Spear to Zhao Feng, it definitely wasn't a normal Earth-grade weapon. 2 days later, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline power had mostly recovered, and he had recovered over half of his bloodline power. On the other hand, the skeletal division leader's broken bones were slowly recovering and absorbing the air of death from the 100 Graves forbidden ground to recover its yuan qi. Too slow. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He was going to head to the Canopy Great Country as soon as he could. The skeletal division leader said bitterly, "I was split into pieces by you guys and had to squeeze out my life force to save my life. Under normal circumstances, it would take me at least a year or 2 to fully recover. However, my recovery speed is several times faster in the 100 Graves forbidden ground." Zhao Feng opened his left eye and inspected the skeletal division leader's state. The skeletal division leader's body was extremely tough and could ignore attacks from anyone below the origin core realm. But correspondingly, once this kind of skeleton was broken, it would take an extremely long time for it to completely recover. "I'll give you 10 more days." Zhao Feng estimated that 10 days would be enough time for the skeletal division leader to complete its body. Zhao Feng told the little thieving cat to spit out the skeletal division leader's other arm. Meow meow. The little thieving cat harumphed and unwillingly returned the broken arm and the gold-silver bone whip to the skeletal division leader. After all, the skeletal division leader was now Zhao Feng's slave. If it could recover its strength quickly, it would be a great help to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng pondered for a moment, and a drop of the elixir of life appeared in his palm. The skeletal division leader's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect you to have a legendary item like the elixir of life. Although this liquid doesn't have much effect on the recovery of my bones, it can repair the foundation of my life that was injured in the past. Once I recover from those deep injuries, my overall strength and the recovery speed of my bones will greatly increase." The skeletal division leader was overjoyed as it took the elixir of life. A while later, the skeletal division leader's aura started to recover. Zhao Feng nodded his head. If this continued, the skeletal division leader's injuries would be healed within half a year, and its strength would increase once more. Using this time, Zhao Feng started to walk around the 100 Graves forbidden ground. The tombs within the 100 Graves forbidden ground caught Zhao Feng's attention. Zhao Feng and the little thieving cat had been to the silver crystal plaza and the altar in the center of the graves before. Even now, Zhao Feng was still very curious about this place. His gaze turned to the skeletal division leader. Maybe this upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion knew some secrets. This is a teleportation platform. The Patriarch participated in its construction several hundred years ago. Even with the resources of the continent, it was hard to construct. The skeletal division leader's voice was weak. Teleportation platform. Zhao Feng's heart jumped. He knew a bit about arrays and had guessed it when he first came here. However, he didn't think that the array could reach the outside of the Azure Flower Continent. "Doesn't that mean that I can leave the Azure Flower Continent and enter other islands through here?" Zhao Feng wasn't a frog at the bottom of a well. He had interacted with the geniuses of the 2-star sects in the Purple Saint ruins, and his understanding of the world had changed. If it was several hundred years ago, it would be possible. However, the teleportation platform was damaged during the calamity and has been abandoned for a long time. It's hard to say. The skeletal division leader shook its head and sighed. It was obvious that it wasn't sure about the teleportation platform. Zhao Feng nodded his head and entered the silver crystal square to continue his research. Meow meow. The little thieving cat's figure ran around the silver crystal square, and its eyes looked around. When he entered the stone room again, it was empty. A beast-skin scroll appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and there was a line of words on it that he still hadn't fully understood. The 3 Saints' palace's wings in the zone of dust have grown and are hard to shake. Recently, they've even lured several 1-star sects to break the curse of 100 graves. The energy of the teleportation platform is about to run out. This subordinate will be leaving first. After thinking for a while, Zhao Feng had a guess. It wasn't hard to guess that a force from the outside world was involved in constructing this teleportation platform. The Skeletal Division leader also said that the Scarlet Moon Patriarch and the continent's resources couldn't create it. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved a shovel in the nearby tombs and started to dig into the ground. One boom. The entire 100 graves forbidden ground started to tremble as the power of the curse leapt toward the little thieving cat. The power of the curse was 10 times stronger than normal, and even Zhao Feng and the Skeletal Division leader were affected. Stop! These tombs are the source of the 100 graves forbidden ground's curse. The Skeletal Division leader's expression changed dramatically as it tried to stop the little thieving cat. The little thieving cat's act of digging graves was a blatant provocation against the terrifying reputation of the forbidden ground of 100 graves. Not good. Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye saw the power of the curse rush toward the little thieving cat. Shua! Shua! Zhao Feng circulated his god's spiritual eye and released a wisp of the ancient aura toward the little thieving cat. Meow meow! The little thieving cat smiled and flipped its paws, and a mysterious dagger appeared in front of it. The dark dagger was completely translucent. With a slight movement, it would drag along a shadow blade. Its aura was profound and unfathomable. However, when the curse of nothingness that blotted out the sky and covered the earth invaded, an unexpected event occurred. The mysterious dagger trembled. Shadowy patterns that resembled the starry night appeared around the edge of the blade. There seemed to be cold and hoarse murmurs coming from the surroundings. In that instant, the surrounding world suddenly darkened several times. An unimaginably mysterious power caused the curtain of night to fall and the day to turn into night. All the power of the curse dissipated when it neared this area, and waves of screams sounded. Night from day, twisting the laws of nature, could that dagger be a legendary sacred weapon of the Tao of assassination? The Skeletal Division leader's mouth gaped open, and it couldn't understand what was happening. Meow meow. The little thieving cat stabbed the mysterious dagger in front of its body and then waved the shovel, starting to shamelessly dig graves. Zhao Feng and the Skeletal Division leader were stunned. What's the background of this little thieving cat? With its intelligence, why would it submit to Zhao Feng and become his pet? The Skeletal Division leader couldn't see through the little thieving cat at all. It had a feeling that the little thieving cat was like an old fox that had lived for countless years. It might know more than it did. Shua! At this moment, Zhao Feng also arrived next to the little thieving cat. The god's spiritual eye and the mysterious dagger's terrifying aura made all gods and ghosts retreat. The mysterious dagger seemed to sense the existence of the god's spiritual eye and trembled slightly. It didn't reject Zhao Feng, but it seemed to be wary and didn't dare to approach. The little thieving cat's dagger might be even more mysterious than the ice imperial spear. Zhao Feng guessed in his heart. That day in the Purple Saint treasured palace, the little thieving cat had also used some mysterious methods to invite this mysterious dagger. Zhao Feng remembered that the Purple Saint partial spirit was shocked and panicked at the time. Meow meow. The little thieving cat waved the spade and laughed evilly as it signaled Zhao Feng. Fine. Zhao Feng shrugged his shoulders and took out a weapon of war from who knows where and joined in the digging. How can you be so shameless? The Skeletal Division leader was dazed for a moment before it was filled with hatred. It wanted to charge up as well. Unfortunately, the bones in his body were scattered and had yet to be pieced back together, so he could not join in the digging of the grave. He could only watch as the man and cat dug the grave with all their might. Whoosh! A moment later, a mausoleum was dug open, and an ink-black crystal coffin emerged from within. This is a coffin made from the profound black crystal. This stone contains powerful profound chi of heaven and earth. It has long since disappeared from the continent. Even in the outer realms, it is a rare treasure. The skeletal division leader understood that the black crystal coffin was a source of energy and a medium for curses. Looking closely, there was a corpse within the black crystal coffin that was very well preserved and radiated a faint power. How magical! This corpse has been here for so many years, but its aura hasn't disappeared. There seems to be a remnant soul aura as well. Could it be caused by the mystic black crystal stone? Zhao Feng was curious. Through the god's spiritual eye, he found that this corpse had a similar aura to the ghost corpses he controlled. Come! A gray pearl appeared in Zhao Feng's hand, and a dark mist swept out, putting the corpse away. Damn it! This is a true Lord rank ghost corpses. The skeletal division leader, not far away, roared in its heart. It knew very well that the 100 graves forbidden ground used the corpses of 100 true Lord ranks, and above to create the curse of 100 graves. Keep digging. Zhao Feng laughed. He had just collected a cursed body when he clearly sensed the excitement of the pearl of 10,000 ghosts. It was a feeling that was similar to hunger. Whoosh! 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 The human and cat ignored the power of the curse and continued to dig. The skeletal division leader's heart shook as it watched the powerful corpses being put into the 10,000 ghost pearl. What's this brat doing? Is he trying to build an army of ghost corpses? Chapter 488. The morning of the second day. The tombs at the center of the 100 graves, forbidden ground, were now empty. All that was left was a large hole in the ground and the smell of rotting earth. The human and cat put away the tools in their hands and smiled. The skeletal division leader's gaze toward the human and cat had become numb after the initial shock, unwillingness, jealousy, and hatred. 100 skeletons, 100 true Lord rank corpses. Under the nourishment of the mystic black crystal stone and the power of the forbidden ground, none of their auras have dissipated. The skeletal division leader screamed in its heart. Unfortunately, the person who obtained all of this wasn't it. Even if it knew that there were 100 true Lord rank corpses in the 100 graves forbidden ground, it didn't have the ability to take them. But right now, the man and the cat had openly dug out the source of the forbidden land of 100 graves power. Not bad, not bad. Little thieving cat, you've done well this time. Zhao Feng's face was red. Once these 100 true Lord rank corpses were refined into ghost corpses, it would be equivalent to an army of true Lord rank ghost corpses. Anyone who could wield this power would be able to sweep through the sects and factions of several powerful countries, like Child's Play. In fact, it would not be difficult for them to destroy a powerful country. Of course, it was not an easy task to refine all the bones into enslaved ghost corpses. Firstly, these bones were only the main ingredient. A large amount of supplementary materials were needed. Secondly, the process of refining ghost corpses required a large amount of time and effort, and one needed to be extremely familiar with the path of ghost corpses. Although Zhao Feng had 2 true Lord rank ghost corpses, it was easy for him to refine them. In reality, any ghost corpses needed a long time to reach the true spirit realm. And I've only touched a little on the path of ghost corpses and am good at controlling them. However, to refine 100 true Lord rank ghost corpses. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on the skeletal division leader. The skeletal division leader's body shook. A while later, I'll leave this difficult and great mission to you. Zhao Feng smiled and patted the skeletal division leader's shoulder. The skeletal division leader's skeleton shook, and the bones it had just reconnected almost fell apart. Although these corpses are all at the true Lord rank, It takes a lot of effort to refine one. The skeletal division leader wanted to cry. It seemed that Zhao Feng was using him as a high-level coolie. However, the skeletal division leader was enslaved by Zhao Feng. In order to live, it had to listen to its master's orders, no matter what. Zhao Feng held the myriad ghost pearl in his hand and sent his consciousness into it. Inside the 10,000 ghost pearl was a patch of gloomy, damp black soil that was shrouded in all kinds of ghostly mist and yin qi all year round. The 2 dark silver poison corpses were lying in a corner, being nurtured by the myriad ghost pearls' enormous, ghostly aura of death. After the 100 true Lord rank corpses entered the 10,000 ghost pearl, their auras started to change. There seems to be a mysterious power within the 10,000 ghost pearl that's suitable for creating and strengthening ghostly corpses. Zhao Feng didn't study the 10,000 ghost pearl much. After all, his main focus was on his eye bloodline and the wind lightning inheritance. From the looks of it, even if Zhao Feng didn't go out of his way to refine them, these 100 true Lord rank corpses would automatically become zombies after a few years. Several days later, in the Iron Dragon Strong Country, in the middle of the desert, a dilapidated and desolate ancient castle was almost swallowed by the yellow sand. At this moment, the enormous ancient castle was already in ruins. Today, the headquarters of the Iron Dragon Alliance had been completely destroyed. Apart from the skeletal division leader, the rest of the upper echelon of the Iron Dragon Alliance had either surrendered or died. A few of them managed to escape. Although more than a dozen days had passed, there were still many experts in the castle. Old Su, Elder Bai, Tsang Yuyue, Lin Tong, and company were all in the castle. Maybe they were guarding against the return of the skeletal division leader, or maybe they were expecting something else. That Zhao Feng went to chase after the upper echelon of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion alone. The situation isn't looking good. Lin Tong murmured to himself as he looked at the castle. From the bottom of his heart, he admired Zhao Feng, whether it was his strength or his courage. He even hoped that Zhao Feng would die in the pursuit. This way, he would be able to regain his freedom. However, he knew that the possibility wasn't high. Zhao Feng's soul and eye bloodline had reached a level that Lin Tong could only look up to. That youth was one of the overwhelming prodigies of the continent, and after returning to the cloud area, he had single-handedly controlled this region. It's been more than a dozen days, and there's no news at all. Old Su was slightly worried. No one agreed with Zhao Feng's decision to chase after the skeletal division leader. Although the Scarlet Moon demonic religion had been destroyed, its power was still there. How could the methods of an upper echelon of the demonic religion be measured? Old Su doesn't need to worry too much. Zhao Feng doesn't seem like an impulsive person. If he dares to chase after the Scarlet Moon demonic religion by himself, he must have something up his sleeves. Elder Bai smiled faintly. She didn't care too much about Zhao Feng's life or death, but she thought that since Zhao Feng had come out of that unknown inheritance, he probably had some kind of killing move. On the evening of that day, a streak of bright lightning flashed past and landed on the ruins of the ancient castle below. "I'm back." A ripple of wind and lightning spread across the castle. Old Su and company felt a slight numbness, but their bodies were extremely comfortable. Everyone shook as they looked toward the blue-haired youth, not far away. "You're finally back. It's good that you're fine." Old Su let out a long breath. Many people in the castle let out a long breath. No one had any hope that Zhao Feng would be able to kill the skeletal division leader, so they were all happy that he would be able to return safely. On top of that, Zhao Feng didn't seem to be injured. He was just slightly tired. "Chapter leader, you're finally back. We've been so worried these past few days." Dai Yi and Zhang Sanfeng came from the other side of the castle. On that day, Zhao Feng used his Eye of Heaven to inspect the situation in the castle and left the two of them behind to charge over alone. When Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Yi arrived, The battle had already ended, and Zhao Feng was nowhere to be seen. The two asked around and found out that Zhao Feng had gone to chase after the skeletal division leader, which made their hearts tremble. Others wouldn't even have the time to hide from a Scarlet Moon Division Master level figure. But you're still chasing after him single-handedly? However, at this moment, everyone let out a long breath when they saw that Zhao Feng had returned safely. Even Lin Tong sighed bitterly. He hadn't escaped Zhao Feng's control in the end. Elder Bai stared at Zhao Feng with a complicated expression. He originally believed that since Zhao Feng had failed in his pursuit, he would return in defeat or at least suffer a small loss. However, Zhao Feng had returned unharmed. At this moment, everyone was looking curiously and anxiously at Zhao Feng. What was the result? Zhao Feng, did you catch up to the skeletal division leader? Elder Bai couldn't help but be curious. Everyone present, including Tsang Yiyue, Lin Tong, and the two from the Canopy Great Country, were extremely concerned about this question. Did you catch it? Zhao Feng paused. It was obvious that everyone thought that he hadn't caught up to the skeletal division leader. From Zhao Feng's expression, it didn't seem like he had just gone through a battle of life and death. Instead, he looked relaxed and nonchalant. It was as if he had just gone out to play. Everyone, the skeletal division leader's matter has been dealt with. The cloud area has been dealt with. There are no more problems. It won't be long before I leave as well. Zhao Feng laughed. He was in a good mood. He had single-handedly dealt with the situation in the cloud area, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Furthermore, the rewards he had reaped from this trip to Cloud Horizon were beyond his imagination. Upon hearing this, everyone began to celebrate and rejoice, apparently infected by Zhao Feng's joy. From today onwards, the era of the Iron Dragon Alliance will never return. Old Su clapped and laughed. He obviously knew that Zhao Feng wouldn't leave so easily until he had dealt with the danger in the cloud area. Zhao Feng, did you already kill the skeletal division leader? Elder Bai paused and felt that something was wrong. When Zhao Feng mentioned the skeletal division leader, he didn't say he killed it. Instead, he used the word dealt with. Hearing this, everyone's gaze once again gathered on Zhao Feng. That's right. How was the skeletal division leader dealt with? Is the skeletal division leader dead or not? Everyone was obviously unsatisfied with Zhao Feng's dealt with and wanted to know the specifics. Old Su's eyes twinkled. He felt that there was definitely a secret. Everyone, don't worry. Although the skeletal division leader isn't dead, it's no longer a threat to the cloud area. Zhao Feng smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. He didn't want too many people to know that he had already submitted to the skeletal division leader, especially Elder Bai. The skeletal division leader isn't dead? Many people hiccuped. Their joy disappeared, and a shadow appeared in their hearts. The upper echelon members of the Dragon Killing Alliance felt uneasy. Although Zhao Feng said that the cloud area was no longer a threat, they still couldn't calm down. At its peak, a single subdivision of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion could destroy the cloud area. On top of that, there was still a division leader still alive. Lin Tong's eyebrows furrowed. The calm smile on Zhao Feng's face made him realize that things weren't as they thought. However, no matter what they asked, Zhao Feng only smiled faintly and didn't give a clear answer. Could it be that Zhao Feng was successfully ambushed by the skeletal division leader and is now being controlled by the Scarlet Moon demonic religion? Coldness flashed through Elder Bai's eyes. However, before confirming the truth, she didn't dare to make any rash moves. Moreover, with her strength, she would find it very difficult to defeat Zhao Feng. At best, she had a 50-50 chance of winning. Half a day later, when the crowd dispersed, Elder Bai, Tsang Yiyue, and company all left. Zhao Feng and Old Su were the only ones in a secret room in the castle. Brother Zhao, what's the situation like? Otherwise, how can I be at ease if you leave like this? Old Su asked solemnly. You want to know where the skeletal division leader is? That's right. Old Sue gritted his teeth. Hee, isn't he right next to you? A layer of gray mist pervaded the secret chamber. Hearing this, Old Sue couldn't help but take a closer look. A familiar skeleton could be vaguely seen in the gray mist, with two balls of dark red flames flickering in its eye sockets. Skeletal Division Leader? This sight terrified him to the point the hairs on his entire body stood on end, and he almost fell off his chair. Chapter 489. Within the secret chamber, the dark mist started to slowly disappear and engulfed the skeletal division leader. Old Sue sat on the ground, stunned and speechless. It was as if he had suffered a huge blow and wasn't able to calm down for a long time. He stared deeply at the blue-haired youth for a long time with a complicated expression. No one could imagine that Zhao Feng didn't just defeat or kill the skeletal division leader. He had actually subdued this division leader of the Scarlet Moon demonic religion. It was laughable that some people still doubted that Zhao Feng had solved the skeletal division leader's problem. As expected, you won't leave until the cloud area is solved. Old Sue let out a long breath. Zhao Feng smiled faintly and put away the 10,000 ghost pearl. After leaving the 100 graves forbidden ground, Zhao Feng put the skeletal division leader into the 10,000 ghost pearl. This was the skeletal division leader's suggestion. The 10,000 ghost pearl was suitable for ghost corpses to live in, but it was obvious that the skeletal division leader had surpassed the limits of a normal human. Inside the 10,000 ghost pearl, the skeletal division leader's body was able to quickly recover from its injuries and strength. A while later, Zhao Feng and Old Sue walked out of the secret chamber and appeared in the ruins of the castle. There were still some figures within the castle, such as Jiang Sanfeng, Dai Yi Lintong, Princess Jean, and company. Everyone found that Old Sue's clothes were drenched in sweat when he walked out. He seemed to have been scared out of his wits. On the other hand, Zhao Feng still had a faint smile on his face. Lin Tong, Princess Jean, and company couldn't help but guess. Although Princess Jean and company were curious, they knew that if Zhao Feng and Old Sue didn't say anything, some secrets would remain hidden. Chapter Leader. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi walked to Zhao Feng's left and right. Zhao Feng nodded his head at Old Sue before leading the two away from the castle and heading back to the Broken Moon clan. Brother Zhao, don't worry. The cloud area will be reshuffled. Old Sue sent off Zhao Feng and company with his eyes. In the following days, the situation in the Cloud Horizon domain underwent a tremendous change. In just a few months, the Iron Dragon Alliance, which had once ruled the world, had crumbled. The old era ended and the new era ushered in. After the Iron Dragon Alliance was destroyed, the Dragon Killing Alliance replaced it and supported the sky-rich Imperial family to create the Dragon Killing Empire. The Dragon Slaying Country would rule over the territories of the former Sky-rich Country and Iron Dragon Country, but the headquarters would be built in the 13 countries. To be more precise, it would be in the Cloud Country, one of the 13 countries of the Cloud Country. Nominally, the Dragon-Killing Kingdom ruled over the 13 countries, but the one that truly decided the fate of the world was the Dragon-Killing Alliance, the representative of the world of sections. There was a reason why Old Sue established the Dragon-Killing Alliance in the Cloud Nation. A few days later, Zhao Feng and Jiang Sanfeng first went to the Broken Moon clan after returning to the Cloud Country. On this trip back, Zhao Feng wanted to bid farewell. Broken Moon clan, First Elder's Palace. Master, in order to save us, you lost an arm. When I return to the Canopy Great Country, I'll forge a suitable weapon for you. Zhao Feng looked at First Elder's empty sleeve and promised solemnly, as long as he could forge the Wheel of Light and Darkness, even if First Elder lost an arm, his strength would still increase. After returning from the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng had given him some rare spiritual pills and resources. Not only did they heal First Elder's injuries, they also allowed him to break through to the peak true human rank. not far from the true mystic rank. The new clan master of the Broken Moon clan, Yongon, had broken through to the true spirit realm a few days ago. The entire Broken Moon clan's strength had increased by several times, becoming the strongest clan in the 13 countries. Adding on the fact that true Lord Tai Xiao, Lin Tong, and other experts were in the clan, Zhao Feng estimated that the Broken Moon clan was close to a half-star. Feng, I only hope that you can go further. First Elder's eyes were moist as he watched Zhao Feng and company fly away from the sky Moon Mountain. No one knew when Zhao Feng would return. Of course, before he left, Zhao Feng had made preparations. The dark heart seed in Lin Tong's body had been strengthened by him, and he had even left a mark of the God Eye on it. It was obvious that with Lin Tong's potential, it wouldn't be hard for him to break through to the true Lord rank. With this strengthened dark heart seed and the mark of the God Eye, I might be able to summon the Eye of Heaven if there's any danger in the future. Zhao Feng had obviously thought about the distant future. As his eye bloodline power became stronger, he would be able to summon the Eye of Heaven even in the Canopy Great Country. The mark of the God Eye was like a coordinate. Chapter Leader, the situation in the cloud area has stabilized. When do we leave? Jiang Sanfeng asked. There's one more thing. A rare warmth appeared on Zhao Feng's face. Half a day later, Zhao Feng went to a secret place deep in the mountains to see his parents and other relatives of the Zhao clan. Amongst them was Lord Guanjuan. Back then when Zhao Feng left the cloud area, First Elder had not only thought of a way out for him, but he had also arranged for some people, including Zhao Feng's parents and master. After spending a few days with his parents, Zhao Feng finally left and said goodbye to Lord Guanjuan. Qiu! Zhao Feng turned into a streak of lightning and left with Jiang Sanfeng and Bei Moi. Lord Guanjuan looked at the back of his disciple with an uncontrollable pride on his face. Shua, an old-fashioned youth, appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Lord Guanjuan. Master, disciple can't stay by your side anymore. I'm also leaving the cloud area. Bei Moi bowed deeply towards Lord Guanjuan. Lord Guanjuan was happy. With Zhao Feng and Bei Moi as his disciples, he could die without regrets. Back then, Bei Moi had to make a choice under the pressure of the elders. Although he was Hai Yun Master's disciple, Bei Moi only had Lord Guanjuan as his master. I've been hiding in the Hai Yun sect, waiting for the day to come. But unfortunately, Brother Zhao is too strong. Bei Moi watched as Zhao Feng's figure disappeared into the sky. This junior brother of his had risen step by step from being an ant at the bottom of the sect, like a miraculous comet, competing with the unreachable elders of the sect. In the end, he had succeeded. Not only had he changed the fate of the Broken Moon clan, he had also changed the fate of the cloud area. Several days later, the news of the dragon-killing strong country spread across the cloud area. The strongest force in the cloud area was the Dragon-Killing Alliance, which was above all other clans and families. But apparently the first elder of the Dragon-Killing Alliance was Zhao Feng, who had left not long ago. Zhao Feng didn't appear at the opening hall. However, no one in the cloud area doubted his position as the first elder of the Dragon-Killing Alliance. Even years later, the title of First Elder of the Dragon-Killing Alliance was still talked about. Even though Zhao Feng hadn't returned for a long time after leaving the cloud area, in the vast and uninhabited wilderness, a golden-green bird spread its wings, and its speed was extremely fast, almost reaching the true Lord rank. The golden-green bird carried the three and slowly left the cloud area. Chapter Leader, I wonder how big of an impact you'll bring to the continent. Dai Yi giggled. Even at the peak of this great era, the number of overwhelming prodigies like Zhao Feng could be counted on one hand. Zhao Feng was only 18 years old. The overwhelming prodigies of the older generation, such as Yu Tianhao and Goddess Bingwei, were all 10 years older than General Zhao Feng. Chapter Leader, you've returned from the inheritance, and your cultivation has reached the early stage true lord rank. Apart from you, Tianhao, probably no one is your match. There was a hint of respect in Jiang Sanfeng's words. Zhao Feng understood from the two that Yu Tianhao had reached the early stage true lord rank right after returning from the inheritance, and his aura shocked the older true lord ranks. Looks like Yu Tianhao reached the early stage true lord rank half a year ago, Zhao Feng murmured. In the current continent, only Yu Tianhao was comparable to Zhao Feng. Both Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi thought so. However, an ordinary youth appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. Xai and Wu Hing and Yu Tianhao entered the Heaven's legacy inheritance together, but only Yu Tianhao came out. Jiang Sanfeng said, Xai and Wu Hing also didn't come back? Zhao Feng was surprised. In the eyes of others, not coming out from the inheritance was the same as being sentenced to death. Zhao Feng didn't deny this. However, nothing was absolute. For example, Zhao Yufei was an exception. Not only did she not come out from the inheritance, but she also had great fortune. Zhao Feng estimated that the fortune of the other geniuses in this sacred true dragon gathering probably couldn't be compared to Zhao Yufei. Including Zhao Feng in terms of fortune, he was slightly worse than Zhao Yufei. After all, Zhao Yufei was about to inherit the entire ruins. One had to know that the Purple Saint ruins inheritance was already above other inheritances unless it was the Heaven's legacy inheritance. There are 3 things I need to solve in my return to Canopy. Zhao Feng thought as he sat on the golden green bird. The first was to send the elixir of life to the main headquarters of the Iron Blood religion to save the mysterious scarlet-haired elder. The second was to make the wheel of light and darkness for First Elder. The third was about his fiancée, Lu Qinqin. The first 2 weren't hard for Zhao Feng. However, the third. Zhao Feng felt his head hurt. Back then, after escaping from the flooding lake city, Zhao Feng gave Lu Qinqin a promise. One day, when I have nothing to worry about, I'll come back and marry you. Currently, Zhao Feng had successfully stabilized the cloud area and had nothing to worry about. Now was the time for Zhao Feng to fulfill his promise. Get married. In Zhao Feng's mind, the image of a girl that was like a goddess from a painting appeared. He didn't reject Lu Qinqin. When he ran away from the marriage, Lu Qinqin chased after him and made a bet. However, Zhao Feng used Lu Qinqin's weakness and barely won. But because of this, he felt a trace of guilt and love. In the end, he made a promise even though Lu Qinqin might not agree. 2 months later, the gold and jade bird flew across half of the northern continent and finally arrived at the border of the Canopy Great Country, welcoming a vast river. Is the flooding lake city after crossing the furious Sky River? Zhao Feng asked. Chapter leader, we will indeed pass through the flooding lake city on the way back. However, the flooding lake Lu family. At this point, Jiang Sanfeng couldn't help but hesitate. He knew that the flooding lake city lord's order for Zhao Feng hadn't been revoked yet. Chapter 490. The furious Sky River was one of the 3 major river zones in the northern continent and was located in the Canopy Great Country. The water flowed through the mountains, plains, and deserts, seeming to tear the entire continent in half. This river was extremely powerful, and one wave could swallow those at the Ascended Realm. Even those at the 7th sky wouldn't be able to avoid it. The air above the river was filled with strong gales that were enough to rip some powerful beasts to pieces. Even normal true human rank experts wouldn't be able to easily cross this river. There were many legends about the furious Sky River. Apparently, the Heaven's legacy inheritance, ranked first of the 4 great inheritances, appeared here tens of thousands of years ago and gave birth to the furious Sky River. On this day, a weird scene appeared in the depths of the furious Sky River where the waves were. A deep and strange sound suddenly came from the center of the monstrous waves, and a small cyan whirlpool could be vaguely seen. The moment that small cyan whirlpool appeared, the water in the surroundings suddenly became deathly still, as if it had frozen. The azure whirlpool slowly spun and gave off an ancient aura as if it was connected to the other side of space. Around a few breaths later, the azure whirlpool suddenly shook and stopped for an instant. Immediately following that, with a schwa, a normal azure-robed male appeared on the surface of the river with his eyes closed. The terrifying waves in the depths of the furious sky river were enough to rip apart normal, true spirit realms. However, the place where the green-robed man stood was calm and tranquil, and the water surface was like a mirror. Azure Flower Continent, you're back? The green-robed man opened his eyes. That ordinary face had a pair of deep and boundless eyes. They were mysterious and unfathomable, as if they had experienced the cycle of reincarnation for many years. This male seemed to be in his 20s, but he had a different feeling compared to others of the same age. If the geniuses of the sacred True Dragon Gathering, including the 5 overwhelming prodigies, saw this person, their expressions would change dramatically. This azure-robed male was Xayan Wuheng, who had entered the heavens' legacy inheritance. There's not much left for me to stay here. Xayan Wuheng stood there for a long time before sighing. He didn't leave the furious sky river and instead laid on the water and followed the waves down. As one of the 3 great river zones of the continent, the furious sky river was said to be able to reach the edge of the continent and connect to the endless sea. Outside the continent is the endless void sea. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Xayan Wuheng slowly closed his eyes. His tiny body was quickly submerged by the raging waves. On the 3rd day after Xayan Wuheng drifted away, whoosh! A gold and jade bird flew above the New Tian River with some difficulty. On the golden green bird, Zhao Feng and the other 2 looked at the other side of the raging sky river. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly secret inheritance descended upon this place. It was like the creation of the world. It was Zhao Feng's 2nd time passing this river, and he couldn't help but sigh. The first time he crossed the angry sky river, he had just entered the Canopy Great Country. He was unfamiliar with the place and even had to live under someone else's roof. In comparison, Zhao Feng was much more relaxed when he returned to the Canopy continent. He stood with his hands behind his back with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Division Leader Zhao, are you really going to Flooding Lake City? Dai, you probed again. The Flooding Lake City belonged to the Lu family, one of the 4 major families. Empress Qin of the Lu family was the core of the Imperials. In these years, the Iron Blood religion and the Imperials had been on equal footing. Simply put, the Lu family and the Iron Blood religion were enemies. Even if they didn't have this relationship, everyone knew that Zhao Feng was wanted by the Flooding Lake City Lord. Since I'm passing by, I have to go to the Flooding Lake City. Zhao Feng didn't hesitate at all. Firstly, it was the marriage with Lu Qinxin. Secondly, Taigon Master was usually stationed near the Flooding Lake City. Even if Zhao Feng wanted to forge the Wheel of Light and Darkness for First Elder, he had to ask Taigon Master. Half a day later, the golden green bird flew near the Flooding Lake City. A true mystic rank flying spiritual pet. Some of the Lu family guards on the Flooding Lake City walls were frightened. In the Canopy Great Country, true human rank experts could be found everywhere and weren't rare. However, those above the true mystic rank were extremely rare. Even in a great country, those at the true lord rank would stand at the pinnacle and shake the entire region. From this one could see how rare flying spiritual pets at the true mystic rank were. In the entire Flooding Lake City, there weren't many flying spiritual pets at this level. Watch them. These people aren't from the Flooding Lake City. The guards on the city walls didn't dare to make any rash movements and quickly notified the upper echelons. That blue-haired youth looks familiar. The eyes of some of the guards paused as they looked at Zhao Feng on the golden green bird. The few of them subconsciously glanced at a wanted poster near the city gate. Although the portrait was a bit tattered, it could still be seen clearly. It was a youth with blue hair and blue eyes. There was a thieving cat on his shoulder, giving off a cold and savage aura. Oh my God! The most wanted criminal of the flooding Lake City? Is this not a dream? The guards fell into a momentary daze. Generally speaking, it was unheard of for a wanted person to walk into the flooding Lake City without disguising himself. However, by the time the guards reacted, the golden green bird had already flashed past them. Its speed was so fast that they could only see a black. A while later, "Zhao Feng, are you sure it's him?" An excited voice came from a youth in purple armor. "Young Master Lu Yuan." The guards on the city walls all bowed. This young Master Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the true human rank. If Zhao Feng was here, he would definitely recognize this young Master Lu Yuan. When he first entered the flooding Lake City, it was this young Master Lu Yuan who welcomed him. If it wasn't for this young Master Lu Yuan, Zhao Feng wouldn't have participated in the marriage-finding competition and met Lu Qinxin. When Zhao Feng ran away, Lu Yuan also participated in the chase but was instantly killed by Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. "Zhao Feng, I didn't think you'd return to the flooding Lake City after a year or two. The overwhelming prodigy of the continent." Lu Yuan took a deep breath and thought back to the past with a complicated expression. So, a sharp light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he turned into a scarlet streak of light and chased after the golden green bird. However, in terms of speed, the golden green bird was at the true mystic rank and a flying beast, so it was obviously faster than Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan tried his best, but was unable to catch up to the golden green bird. Overwhelming prodigy? Am I going to miss the most wanted criminal of the flooding Lake City, just like that? Lu Yuan felt an intense unwillingness in his heart. He didn't understand why he wanted to catch up to Zhao Feng so badly. Maybe it was because he had lost to Zhao Feng before and felt humiliated. Or maybe it was because the overwhelming prodigy's glory had an irresistible charm on him. Compared to that, being the most wanted criminal of the flooding Lake City was just an excuse. In reality, if the golden green bird didn't stop, Lu Yuan wouldn't be able to catch up with his speed. Putting aside those at the true human rank, even those at the true mystic rank couldn't compare to flying beasts of the same cultivation. Maybe the heavens heard Lu Yuan shout, but the golden green suddenly slowed down and landed in the center of the flooding Lake City. The place where the golden green bird landed was the city Lord's palace. In the past, there had been a marriage contest that shook the entire flooding Lake City. So. 3 figures landed in front of the city Lord's palace. The blue-haired youth in the middle had a look of reminiscence. Back then, he had stayed in the flooding Lake City for half a year. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai, you didn't have the same revisiting mood as Zhao Feng. This is the core area of the flooding lake Lu family. The flooding lake city lord Lu Jiutian is a famous true lord rank that has defeated several older true lord ranks in less than 2 years. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yu were uneasy. The Iron Blood religion and the flooding Lake City could be said to be enemies, especially after Zhao Feng ran away. If it was a normal day, they wouldn't dare to come to the flooding Lake City Lord's palace, even if they had 100 guts. Furthermore, there was a portrait of Zhao Feng in front of the city gates. Isn't that the son-in-law of the city lord who flipped the sky? Son-in-law of the city lord? Zhao Feng, he's back? Discussion broke out in front of the city lord's palace. After all, Zhao Feng had stayed in the flooding Lake City for half a year, and many people knew him. Chapter leader, are you trying to take over the flooding Lake City? Jiang Sanfeng felt uneasy. More and more people gathered around, and even some true spirit realm experts of the flooding lake Lu family arrived. However, these experts didn't dare to act rashly due to the three's cultivation, especially Zhao Feng's overwhelming prodigy title. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Feng had no intentions of dodging. Back then, the flooding Lake City shamelessly forced Zhao Feng to marry, and even put him on the wanted list. Now that Zhao Feng has broken through to the true lord rank, could he be here for revenge? Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Yi guessed. Not only did the two think so, even Lu Yuan had the same thought. Back then, Lu Yuan had personally witnessed the entire process of Zhao Feng being forced to marry and could be said to be a witness. The flooding Lake City lord forced Zhao Feng to marry and put him on the wanted list, forcing him to join the Iron Blood religion. Now that Zhao Feng has become an overwhelming prodigy, it's said that some of the stronger overwhelming prodigies have battle power comparable to the true lord rank. Thinking up to here, Lu Yuan's heart jumped. That's right. Zhao Feng was definitely here for revenge. Quickly notify the city lord. Quick! Lu Yuan's heart was burning with impatience. He couldn't imagine what would happen if a true lord rank were to erupt in the flooding Lake City. On one hand, he sent people to notify the flooding Lake City lord. On the other hand, he also took action. Brother Zhao, long time no see. How have you been? Lu Yuan squeezed out a smile as he braced himself and dashed over. The reputation of the continent's unparalleled prodigy made many experts revere him. Although Zhao Feng's aura was concealed, he didn't purposely hide it. Some of the older generation experts could see through it and were stunned. Lu Yuan, you've come at the right time. Go tell the city lord that Zhao Feng wants to see me. I've returned to the flooding Lake City to fulfill the promise of the marriage. Zhao Feng's gaze landed on Lu Yuan, and he smiled faintly. Of course, he remembered Lu Yuan. If it wasn't for this person, he wouldn't have participated in the martial arts competition and wouldn't have gotten involved. What? Wants to see the city lord? Fulfill the marriage? The expressions of Lu Yuan and company changed dramatically. Even Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's jaws dropped. Didn't Zhao Feng come back for revenge? Chapter 491. Within an elegant library within the city lord's palace, a male and female sat opposite each other and talked. Qin Sword Palace Master, you came all the way to the flooding lake just to find the Sky Qin 9 music. The flooding lake city lord sat there, looking as scholarly as ever. However, there was a hint of loneliness and coldness in his expression. The female opposite him looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She had an indescribable elegance to her. It was hard to imagine that this seemingly fragile beauty was the leader of one of the 8 monstrous powers, the Qin Sword Palace. Lu Jiutian, you and I have a bit of a relationship. The heavenly Qin 9 music is the supreme, sacred technique of the Tao of the Qin in the northern continent. It's related to the Qin Sword Palace's Qin Sword 9 mystic scripture. Leaving this sacred music score to an outsider like you wouldn't be of much use. The Qin Sword Palace master smiled and tried to convince the flooding Lake City lord. I know that the celestial zither 9 sounds is extremely tempting to someone like you who practices the zither and sword. Not only you, even Empress Qin is interested in it. The flooding Lake City lord's expression was calm and emotionless. Empress Qin? She also came to find you? The Qin Sword Palace master's eyebrows furrowed. The Empress Qin of the great country was very powerful, and even though she was the Qin Sword Palace master, she was wary of her. Furthermore, the Qin Sword Palace and the Lu family were both part of the Imperials. Empress Qin and the Qin Sword Palace master represented the great country and had the highest status. If the two of them wanted something at the same time, even veteran true lord ranks would feel pressured. Neither side could be easily offended. I've already rejected Empress Qin. The flooding Lake City lord said. You rejected Empress Qin? Hearing this, the Qin Sword Palace master was half happy and half worried. She was happy because Empress Qin was no longer a strong competitor, but worried because the flooding Lake City lord didn't even want to offend Empress Qin. This meant that it would be hard for her to achieve her goal. The music was left behind by Qin Qin's mother, and Qin has always treasured it. Even if it's useless to me, I won't casually give it away. The flooding lake city lord quickly shook his head and expressed his attitude. The Qin Sword Palace master wasn't surprised. The flooding lake city lord was a sentimental person, and it wouldn't be easy to move him with benefits. She was thinking of a way to move the flooding lake city lord. At this moment, the sound of something tearing through the air came from the outer gate. "City lord, something bad has happened!" Loud exclamations came from outside the library. The flooding lake city lord's face sank, and he asked angrily, "What happened?" This library was where the flooding lake city lord cultivated. Usually, as long as the flooding lake city lord was here, he would be in seclusion. No matter how big or small the flooding lake city was, no one dared to disturb him. Furthermore, the flooding lake city was currently talking to the Qin Sword Palace master, who was a major figure in the great country. Maybe something big happened. The Qin Sword Palace master revealed a questioning expression. The flooding lake city lord snorted. Whoosh! A shadow landed in a corner of the library. Reporting to the city lord, "Zhao Feng has returned." "Who's back?" "Zhao." "Zhao Feng?" The flooding lake city lord's body shook and he was startled. "Zhao Feng? Is he one of the overwhelming prodigies? The one who ran away from the marriage?" The Qin Sword Palace master revealed a weird expression. "That Zhao Feng is in front of the city lord's palace and says that he wants to see you," the shadow said carefully. However, before he finished speaking, the flooding lake city lord's eyes turned silver red and a bright red light spread in the air. "Zhao Feng, you still have the face to come to the flooding lake city? You're courting death." An enraged roar shook the entire flooding lake city. A red light spread in the air above the city lord's palace, and the fire Yuan power resonated with it, forming a shocking phenomenon. At that moment, the entire city lord's palace, from those at the true spirit realm to those at the ascended realm and consolidated realm, all felt a suffocating heat. It felt as if there was high-temperature magma about to gush out of the ground and pour out endless fury. When the true Lord Rank's intent was unleashed, all those at the true spirit realm within 1,000 miles could feel the heaven-earth Yuan Qi ripple. "City Lord." "Greetings, City Lord." The figures in front of the city lord's palace bowed in shock. At this moment in time, countless figures in the flooding lake city looked up at the bright red light floating in the air, the flooding lake city lord. What a powerful aura. Normal true Lord ranks probably aren't his match. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi exchanged glances with each other in shock. They had participated in the sacred true dragon gathering and entered the inheritances, so they had seen many things. At this moment in time, the power of the flooding lake city lord's fire technique rose unbelievably. Back then, when Zhao Feng ran away, the flooding lake city lord had broken through to the true lord rank in this state. "City Lord Liu, this junior Zhao Feng has come to visit you. What happened back then?" Zhao Feng cupped his fists and bowed. No matter what, the flooding lake city lord was Lu Qinxin's father. "Junior, shut up. You have the face to mention what happened back then. Because of you, Qinxin's reputation has been ruined, and the flooding lake Lu family's reputation has been ruined." The flooding lake city lord floated in the air and roared furiously. His voice was like thunder as the red flames around him roared. Zhao Feng stood calmly, but he didn't care in his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for the flooding lake city lord forcing him, Zhao Feng wouldn't have gotten engaged to Lu Qinxin and run away. In the end, Lu Qinxin caught up and made a bet. Zhao Feng felt guilty and promised to marry her. "You've come at the right time. I'll kill you myself to take revenge for Qinxin." The flooding lake city lord's roar contained traces of grief and indignation. However, he hadn't completely lost his mind. Zhao Feng's cultivation had reached the early stage true lord rank and was on par with him. Once the two true lord ranks fought in front of the city lord's palace, who knew how many innocent people would be harmed. Although the Flooding Lake City lord was confident, he didn't have the confidence to kill Lu Qinshin in one move. What? Revenge? What happened to Qinshin? Zhao Feng's heart shook, and he couldn't help but exclaim. From the Flooding Lake City lord's words, could something have happened to Lu Qinshin? Before the sacred True Dragon gathering, the Flooding Lake City lord was at most hostile towards Zhao Feng and put him on the wanted list. However, due to the Iron Blood religion's power, he wouldn't do anything openly. However, from his tone, the hostility had reached the level of deep hatred. Zhao Feng, you're an overwhelming prodigy of the sacred True Dragon gathering. Don't you know that Qinshin met with an accident in the inheritance and hasn't returned yet? The Flooding Lake City lord laughed in anger and stared coldly at Zhao Feng. So. At this moment in time, the spectators near the city lord's palace were sent away by the Flooding Lake City lord. Only Zhao Feng and company were left in front of the city lord's palace. There was no one within 100 yards. Qinshin hasn't returned. Zhao Feng's expression finally changed as he looked towards Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi both faintly nodded their heads. They had heard that Lu Qinshin hadn't returned from the inheritance. In reality, it wasn't unusual for her to not return from the inheritance. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi thought that Zhao Feng had come to the Flooding Lake City for revenge, so they did mention this. Why is it like this? After confirming it, Zhao Feng's heart seemed to be hammered and he was dazed. At this moment in time, his heart was empty, filled with disappointment, regret, and shame. Zhao Feng understood that if Lu Qinshin hadn't returned yet, her chances of survival were extremely slim. After all, not everyone could be like Zhao Yufei and have heaven-defying fortune. Qinshin's personality is calm. If it wasn't for you, she wouldn't have participated in the sacred True Dragon gathering. The Flooding Lake City lord roared and turned into a red figure that charged towards Zhao Feng. At this moment in time, the people near the city lord's palace had all been sent away. Zhao Feng's mind was shaken and a clear opening had appeared. This was the best chance to attack. Mystic Fire Burning Demon. The Flooding Lake City lord's figure instantly appeared in front of Lin Yun and pushed out his palm. A large scarlet light appeared and the flames burned, causing the space around them to twist. Not good. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi only felt the air around them be filled with a layer of red light. The two felt as if they were being burned and circulated their chi of true spirit to no avail. This was just the aura of the Flooding Lake City lord's attack. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if that palm came crashing down head-on. No wonder the Flooding Lake City lord wanted to disperse everyone before attacking. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi felt like they were in a furnace and cursed in their hearts. They believed that someone as strong as Zhao Feng should be able to block the Flooding Lake City lord's attack, but the two of them might be caught in the crossfire. The two of you retreat first. A low murmur came from beside his ear. Wang, a numbing electric shock hit the two of them. A ring of wind and lightning rippled like water, producing a powerful repulsive force that pushed Jiang Sanfeng and Lu Yu several hundred feet away. The next instant, pung! The Flooding Lake City lord's furious palm landed on the ground. The front of the city lord's palace shook and a palm-shaped pit 40 to 50 yards wide appeared. The pit was bottomless. SII. Some of the experts in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air as they endured the impact of the flames. It was as if they were being swept by a raging fire. Boom! Boom! Even though the power of this palm was extremely condensed, the slightest ripple still caused the walls of the city lord's palace to collapse. Chapter leader just saved us. Dai Yi reacted and her face was filled with worry. In that moment of danger, they only saw Zhao Feng use a secret technique of wind lightning to push them out of the range of the flooding lake city, Lord's palm. As for Zhao Feng, he didn't seem to resist at all. Looking at the bottomless pit, the two couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In their eyes, although Zhao Feng was strong, he wasn't a body-strengthening expert who could block attacks from true Lord ranks with his body. Not to mention that the flooding lake city, Lord's Inferno Nirvana scripture, was at a very high level, and its offensive power was especially strong. Shua! The flooding lake city, Lord's figure flashed near the pit, but his expression froze. City Lord Liu, I'm indeed ashamed about what happened to Qinchin. A regretful voice sounded in the air. The figure of a blue-haired youth appeared in a ball of wind and lightning. What profound wind lightning! While pushing those two away, he also dodged the flooding lake city, Lord's attack. I heard that Zhao Feng entered the mysterious inheritance. I wonder what he obtained. The Qin Sword Palace Master's eyes twinkled. Chapter 492. Junior, in just a short year, you've reached the true Lord rank. I want to see the battle power of an overwhelming prodigy. The flooding lake city Lord was extremely surprised that his attack missed, and his expression darkened with anger. The two didn't clash head-on, but the flooding lake city Lord could feel Zhao Feng's terrifying speed. In just a short instant, Zhao Feng had not only dodged the flooding lake city Lord's attack, he had also helped Jiang Sanfeng and company. If it was a normal true Lord rank, they might be able to dodge the flooding lake city Lord's attack, but the people around them wouldn't be able to escape. So, with a flash of red light, the flooding lake city Lord disappeared. The next instant, he appeared in the air several yards away from Zhao Feng. Mystic Fire Sky Sealing Fist. The flooding lake city Lord's fist was like a mountain of fire and had a chaotic aura of fire that sealed off all of Zhao Feng's paths of retreat. Zhao Feng's heart dropped. The profundity and power of the flooding lake city Lord's palm technique surpassed early-stage true Lord ranks. This fist was mainly focused on sealing and making it hard to dodge. Qiu! Qiu! In his vision, Zhao Feng was like a bolt of lightning as his body crumbled. Pung! The flooding lake city Lord's fist destroyed the wind and lightning, but Zhao Feng had already flashed to the side of the flooding lake city Lord's head. This Zhao Feng has merged the essence of wind, lightning into his body, and his speed can't even be seen with the naked eye. The Qin Sword Palace Master, who was watching on the side, was secretly surprised. Although Zhao Feng hadn't displayed much battle power yet, his speed could be ranked in the top few in the Canopy Great Country. In the sky, Zhao Feng's figure slowly leapt into the clouds. It was as if he didn't want this battle to affect the flooding lake city below. The flooding lake city Lord was slightly surprised, but this was good too. He could do whatever he wanted now. Mystic Fire Cloud. The dazzling red light was like a mass of red clouds, exploding layer by layer. The terrifying cloud flames formed a scarlet-red storm, engulfing a radius of 1 to 2 miles. The terrifying power of the flames made the hearts of the people in the flooding lake city tremble. Many of the spectators were drenched in sweat, and they felt an indescribable pressure and heat. The flooding lake city Lord has used a large-scale battle technique. Hee, let's see how that brat dodges this time. The true spirit realm experts below started to discuss in low voices. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Within the exploding cloud of flames, a blue-haired youth appeared. Wind billowed and lightning interweaved on the surface of his body, causing crackling sounds to ring out as he shattered the layers of flame might. Up until now, the flooding lake city Lord's attacks had become more and more ferocious. However, Zhao Feng didn't retaliate, dodging the flooding lake city Lord's attacks time and time again. Even those of the Ascended Realm could see that in terms of speed, Zhao Feng easily surpassed the flooding lake city Lord. Junior, why aren't you fighting back? The anger in the flooding lake city Lord's heart was filled with anger and confusion, thinking back to how this youth had been wanted by him for several years, from the initial love to the subsequent anger and killing intent. However, when the other party came to him, he found that it was extremely difficult to take down the other. Zhao Feng didn't retaliate and allowed the Flooding Lake City Lord to attack. The Flooding Lake City Lord wasn't stupid. With his intelligence, it wasn't hard for him to see that this rising star, an overwhelming prodigy, was very likely stronger than him. Back then, when I entered the Flooding Lake City, the Flooding Lake City Lord was forced to marry me. But in that half a year, the Flooding Lake City Lord gave me pointers, protection, and large amounts of cultivation resources. The memories of that half a year flashed through Zhao Feng's mind. Back then, he was wanted by Hai Yin Master and was forced to flee to the Canopy, Great Country. That period could be said to be the lowest point in Zhao Feng's life. In that period of time, he lived in the Flooding Lake City as the son-in-law of the city lord and enjoyed good resources and stable cultivation. At that time, apart from forcing him to marry, the Flooding Lake City Lord had treated him very well, giving him pointers and resources. He had completely treated Zhao Feng as his son-in-law. If it wasn't for this, Zhao Feng running away wouldn't have caused the Flooding Lake City Lord to be so angry. In the Flooding Lake City, I went through a low point in my life, and only then was I able to soar. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Furthermore, Qin. Thinking up to there, Zhao Feng didn't feel good. Apart from feeling grateful, he felt even more guilty, especially since something had happened to Qin. According to logic, there was a 99% chance that she died in the inheritance. It was because of this that Zhao Feng couldn't bear to retaliate. Lu Jiutian, you probably won't be able to kill this brat by yourself. A gentle and pleasant female voice could be heard. The voice came from the Qin Sword Palace Master. Qin Sword Palace Master, I owe you a favor. Help me kill this brat. The Flooding Lake City Lord said. The Flooding Lake City was his territory, and if he didn't take down Zhao Feng, not only would he lose face, the entire Lu family's reputation would be damaged. Brother Lu, you're being too serious. The Iron Blood religion is our enemy. The Qin Sword Palace Master smiled. She laughed in her heart. That was exactly what I wanted to hear. The Flooding Lake City Lord and Zhao Feng had been fighting for a while, but she didn't interfere because she was waiting for the chance to owe him. If I can help him take down Zhao Feng, then it'll be unreasonable for him not to trade the Sky Qi 9 music. Furthermore, this Zhao Feng has returned from that mysterious inheritance, so he must have a big secret. Thinking up to there, the Qin Sword Palace Master was moved. She had the need to help the Flooding Lake City Lord take down Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng, you ran away from your marriage, and now you dare to come to the Flooding Lake City for revenge? Let me take you down. The Qin Sword Palace Master's expression was cold as she waved her hand, and a qin and a shining sword appeared in front of her. She played the qin with one hand and controlled the sword with the other. In that instant, the sound of music turned into an invisible force that charged toward Zhao Feng. Qin and sword dual desolation. The sword burst through the air, radiating three-colored light as it spat out sword threads that resembled willow leaves toward Zhao Feng. The combination of the qin and sword was perfect. The sound of the qin turned into an invisible force that could disturb and shock one's soul. The powerful sound waves could even attack the weaker organs of the body. With this qin in hand, even an army of 10,000 wouldn't be able to get close to the Qin Sword Palace Master. Those below the true Lord rank could be instantly killed. On the other hand, the sword technique was the legendary flying sword technique. It could be controlled through the air, and the sword qi was like a spring rain. Not good. It's the Qin Sword Palace Master. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi exclaimed. Before this, the two didn't realize that Lu Jiutian wasn't the only true Lord rank in the Flooding Lake City. There was also the Qin Sword Palace Master. 1 imperial, 3 sects for families. These 8 forces decided the fate of billions of people. The Qin Sword Palace Master was the leader of one of the 3 sects. From a certain perspective, the Qin Sword Palace Master status was on par with the deputy patriarch of the Iron Blood religion. The moment the Qin Sword Palace Master attacked, the situation instantly changed. The weird attacks of the Qin and Sword Dual Desolation came from the back and caused Zhao Feng to be in a dangerous situation. Below, Jiang Sanfeng and Dai, you couldn't help but curse. This Qin Sword Palace Master is so shameless. She's using numbers to win and sneak attacking from behind. In terms of battle power, the Qin Sword Palace Master wasn't too outstanding. However, the Qin Sword Palace Master was one of the most troublesome to deal with. The combination of the Qin and sword was hard to deal with and was enough to give most true Lord ranks a headache. Good. The Qin Sword Palace Master specializes in teamwork. If her Qin and Sword Dual Desolation works with a True Lord rank, they have a high chance of killing a 3rd True Lord rank. The flooding Lake City Lord's eyes lit up as he saw that the Qin Sword Palace Master's attack was cunning. Qin Wind Sword Rain. The sound of the Qin in the air was like a storm, and the sword Qi was like a rain of stars that sealed off all of Zhao Feng's paths of retreat. The Qin Sword Palace Master's attack wasn't just limited to the physical dimension. It could also disturb the soul and target the weak organs of the human body. Where did this woman come from? How dare she interfere in my enmity with the flooding Lake City? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. The Qin Sword Palace Master's cunning attacks greatly restricted his movements. The reason why Zhao Feng didn't fight back against the flooding Lake City Lord was because of their past relationship and Lu Qinqin. However, he didn't know this woman. Then there was no need to be polite. Zhao Feng harumphed coldly as he released an azure chain of wind and lightning that danced around him. Boom! The Qin Sword Palace Master's Qin Wind Sword Rain was instantly torn apart by the chaotic chain of wind and lightning. The flooding Lake City Lord's body went numb as he was pushed back by the powerful attack. What a powerful attack of wind and lightning! The expressions of the 2 true Lord ranks changed dramatically. Their combined attack was shattered by Zhao Feng in one move. Shua! The light of wind and lightning disappeared, leaving behind only a few arcs of lightning. Watch out! The flooding Lake City Lord exclaimed. In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind and numbness descended on the Qin Sword Palace Master. Shua! A blue-haired wind figure surrounded by lightning appeared behind her. This speed, how is this possible? The Qin Sword Palace Master's expression changed dramatically as she played the Qin with one hand and controlled her sword with the other. It was obvious that Zhao Feng had held back before, but his speed was now almost twice as fast as before. Bang! A ball of wind and lightning surrounded Zhao Feng's palm as he used lightning to shatter the Qin in front of the Qin Sword Palace Master. You actually broke my 6 harmonies jade zither? The Qin Sword Palace Master's elegance was gone. Her face was twisted with fear and anger as she spoke in a trembling voice. Shoo! Killing intent condensed in her eyes as she controlled her sword with her other hand and turned it into a 3-colored streak of light that arced through the air toward Zhao Feng. Humph! Zhao Feng's god spiritual eyes suddenly glared and released a soul-shaking power that seemed to see through the Qin Sword Palace Master's heart. Dang! The Qin Sword Palace Master's flying sword fell from the air. With Zhao Feng's soul power that was comparable to the Origin Core realm, the pressure from his mental energy almost made the Qin Sword Palace Master's mind collapse. Save me. The Qin Sword Palace Master's face was as white as paper and her body trembled. Her clothes and hair were messy, revealing her snow-white skin. Who told you to mind your own business? Zhao Feng expressionlessly kicked out without even looking. Bam! That kick landed on the Qin Sword Palace Master's chest. You! The Qin Sword Palace master spat out a mouthful of blood as her body flew back. Chapter 493. With a bam, the leader of the Qin Sword Palace fell from the sky in humiliation. The experts in the flooding lake city were flabbergasted. Both Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's eyes almost popped out of their sockets in astonishment. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhao Feng would be able to protect himself even if he had to fight 1 against 2. Although Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Ye hadn't personally seen Zhao Feng fight back in the cloud area, they had heard a lot of rumors about him. He's indeed worthy of being an overwhelming prodigy. The Qin Sword Palace master didn't even have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, even 2 true lord ranks wouldn't be able to block a few moves from Zhao Feng. Zhang Sanfeng was extremely excited after the shock passed. Chapter leader attacked too casually. How could he kick a woman in that position? Dai Ye's face went slightly red. Of course, she could also see that Zhao Feng's kick was very casual and unintentional. It was as if in his eyes a beautiful woman like the Qin Sword Palace master was no different from a pink skeleton. At the same moment, the experts in the flooding lake city were shocked when they reacted. How is this possible? Too fast. They're both at the true lord ranks, but the difference is so big. Zhao Feng's attack was too fast, and most people didn't see the details clearly. However, the Qin Sword Palace master didn't even have time to resist before being kicked away. The flooding lake city lord couldn't help but take in a cold breath. He gave Zhao Feng a deep glance, a complicated expression on his face. There was fear, shock, and even a sliver of relief that he could not understand. Back then, when he first saw Zhao Feng, the flooding lake city lord saw Zhao Feng's shocking bloodline talent, including the god's spiritual eye. Because of this, he recognized Zhao Feng and forced Zhao Feng to become his son-in-law. Now, everything had proved his eyes. His son-in-law had turned into a dragon and become one of the few overwhelming prodigies in the continent. His strength had even surpassed his own. Zhao Feng, today's humiliation will be returned tenfold. Hatred appeared in the Qin Sword Palace master's eyes as she touched her bloodied chest and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Zhao Feng was a little surprised. He thought that his kick would seriously injure the woman and make her unable to get up for a long time. However, he didn't expect that the part that was kicked would be very soft, cushioning part of the force. However, even then, the Qin Sword Palace master was heavily injured and barely managed to climb up. Coupled with the fact that the 6 Harmonies Jade Zither was destroyed and her mind was injured, her combat strength was reduced to 30 to 40% in a short period of time. Whoosh! The Qin Sword Palace master turned into a ray of rainbow light and flew out of the flooding lake city. 10 times more in the future? There's no chance. Zhao Feng sneered. He had no reason to let go of an enemy to threaten him for no reason. His left eye suddenly turned azure, and he prepared to use either the wind lightning eye flame or the azure piercing eye slash to kill this woman. Stop! The flooding lake city lord exclaimed. He felt a terrifying power from Zhao Feng's eye bloodline that made even his heart tremble. He had watched the sacred true dragon gathering and seen Zhao Feng's eye bloodline. The flooding lake city lord didn't doubt that if Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was successful, the Qin Sword Palace master would be dead for sure. City Lord Lu. Zhao Feng smiled faintly as the killing intent disappeared from his face, and he let the Qin Sword Palace master live. The Qin Sword Palace master, who had escaped a certain distance away, suddenly felt a cold intent of death flash across her body. She didn't know that her life had almost come to an end because of Zhao Feng's thought. Zhao Feng, I admit that you're strong. There probably aren't many people in the great country that are your match. The flooding lake city lord sighed. Facing such a future son-in-law, he felt helpless. From the strength that Zhao Feng had displayed, he and the Qin Sword Palace master couldn't even take one blow. However, the flooding Lake City Lord was also puzzled. Zhao Feng was vicious to other enemies, such as the Qin Sword Palace Master. He could kill her with just a thought. However, Zhao Feng was extremely soft-hearted towards the flooding Lake City Lord and didn't retaliate at all. Thinking about it, the flooding Lake City Lord broke out in cold sweat. If it was a normal true Lord rank, Zhao Feng would have killed them already. Speak. Why have you come to the flooding Lake City to find me? The flooding Lake City Lord seemed to be thinking. From Zhao Feng's attitude, he didn't seem to treat him as an enemy, and even gave him face by letting the Qin Sword Palace Master go. This junior said that I came back to the flooding Lake City to fulfill my promise from back then, to take Qin as my wife. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hearing this, the crowd broke out into chaos. Everyone present, including the flooding Lake City Lord, Lu Yuan and Jiang Sanfeng, had expressions of disbelief. You really came back to take Qin as your wife. The flooding Lake City Lord's expression was very interesting. Zhao Feng was slightly ashamed and nodded his head. But I didn't know that Qin hadn't come back. The world was unpredictable. Back then, when the flooding Lake City Lord forced Zhao Feng to marry, he was extremely unwilling and even planned to escape from the marriage, which shook the country. Now, when Zhao Feng came back to marry Lu Qin, she was already gone. The flooding Lake City Lord inspected Zhao Feng for a long time before sighing, "Pluck flowers when they bloom. Come with me." A while later, within a building within the city Lord's palace, Lu Jiutian, Zhao Feng, and Jiang Sanfeng all sat down. Qin entered the Sky Saint Zither inheritance. Although it isn't a great inheritance compared to the 4 great inheritances, it is mysterious and unorthodox. This inheritance has only appeared 2 or 3 times in the past 10,000 years, and its exact location is hard to trace. Lu Jiutian said, "Back at the sacred True Dragon Gathering, Zhao Feng and some other overwhelming prodigies competed intensely for the inheritance. Amongst them, Yu Tianhao and Xian Wuheng entered the Heaven's Legacy Inheritance. San Yue entered the 7 Sword Inheritance. Goddess Bingwei and Tantai Lanyue entered the Mystic Ice Inheritance. As for the others, Zhao Feng didn't pay much attention to them. For example, Prince Jin, Tian Yunji, Wang Xiaoguai, and Lu Qin all chose their inheritances. In this sacred True Dragon Gathering, the Canopy Great Country has the most people entering the True Dragon Top 100, far surpassing the other great countries. However, there's only Qin that hasn't returned from an inheritance." A bitter smile appeared on the flooding Lake City Lord's face, and his expression was empty. Hearing up to here, Zhao Feng's heart struggled, and he was unable to calm down. Not only did he feel ashamed, but he also felt as if something was haunting him. Zhao Feng's calm heart seemed to crack at this moment. He had a feeling, if he didn't care about this, the crack in his heart would become bigger and bigger. Is this the knot in my heart? Zhao Feng didn't think that Lu Qin's death would affect him so much. It wasn't that he didn't think that Lu Qin's death would affect him so much. However, once he thought of this, the feeling in Zhao Feng's heart became stronger and the crack in his heart became bigger. Slowly, struggle appeared on Zhao Feng's face and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Feng!" The flooding Lake City Lord's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed. He didn't realize that the way he called Zhao Feng seemed to have returned to when Zhao Feng lived in the city Lord's palace. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly turned blue and a coldness flowed through his body, instantly calming him down. However, he knew that the crack in his heart wouldn't be healed. "Zhao Feng," the flooding Lake City Lord said solemnly, "I hope that Qin's matter won't affect your heart. You're the overwhelming prodigy of the Azure Flower Continent and the number 1 of the younger generation. Even if Qin is in heaven, she won't be willing to see you affected by her. At the end, the flooding lake city lord's eyes became slightly moist. Hearing the words in heaven, Zhao Feng seemed to be struck by lightning and his heart became dazed. Uncle Lu, we can't confirm whether Qin is dead or alive. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Zhao Yufei. She also didn't return to the Azure Flower Continent, but didn't die. Even though Zhao Feng knew that the chance of that happening was extremely small. Feng! You don't need to comfort me. The flooding lake city lord shook his head. It had been a year since the end of the sacred True Dragon gathering. Those who should have returned had all returned. Zhao Feng didn't deny it because he knew that Qin's chance of survival was extremely small. Uncle Lu, is there anything else I can do? Zhao Feng found it hard to calm down. The flooding lake city lord's eyes twinkled as he inspected this overwhelming prodigy. Zhao Feng's current strength was immeasurable, and even the flooding lake city lord couldn't see through it. He understood that if he made some requests, with Zhao Feng's strength and unfathomable potential, there wouldn't be many things that Zhao Feng wouldn't be able to complete in the future. However, this thought only flashed through the flooding lake city lord's mind before dispelling it. Zhao Feng, the most important thing right now is to confirm whether Qin is dead or alive, to end a knot in our hearts. The flooding lake city lord slowly said. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The flooding lake city lord didn't ask for too much, as if he had seen through Zhao Feng's thoughts and was helping him. Of course, both the flooding lake city lord and Zhao Feng wanted to confirm whether Qin was dead or alive. Uncle Lu, what method can we use to confirm whether Qin is dead or alive? Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. The inheritances were extremely far away from the Azure Flower Continent. Even if they knew the Sky Saint Qin inheritance, they wouldn't be able to confirm its exact location. Some inheritances might be like the Purple Saint ruins and be isolated from the outside world. There are two methods. The flooding lake city lord paused and said in a deep tone. The first is to find the Sky Saint Qin inheritance or wait for the next few sacred True Dragon gatherings to see if the Sky Saint Qin inheritance will appear. Zhao Feng and company faintly shook their heads. This method relied too much on luck. The Sky Saint Qin inheritance had only appeared 2 or 3 times in the last 10,000 years. Who could be sure if it would appear in the next sacred True Dragon gathering? Furthermore, the sacred True Dragon gathering was only held once every 10 years. There's also the second method. There's the Tao of life that can be divined, and through some clues, one can find some unknown results. The flooding lake city lord's eyes lit up. Tao of life? Zhao Feng's eyes also lit up. Within the Canopy Great Country, the sage of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower might have this ability. It's just that I've been unable to meet him several times. Chapter 494. 6 Warlock Divine Sage? Zhao Feng's heart moved and his eyes squinted as he glanced at Jiang Senfeng and Dai. Zhao Feng had heard of the name 6 Warlock Divine Sage more than once or twice. From the legends to the present, it was closely related to him. Suddenly, Zhao Feng remembered the story of the sage taking in disciples that Lu Qin had told him back then. The sage took in 3 female disciples and passed them down the Tao of life, Tao of charm, and Tao of entertainment. The inheritor of the Tao of charm was Empress Qin. This wasn't a big secret among the upper echelons of the Canopy Great Country. According to what Lu Qin had said, the inheritor of the Tao of entertainment was her mother, but she was killed by Empress Qin. Her master was also an inheritor of the Tao of fate. Before he passed away, he had asked Lu Qin to change her name to Qin in order to compete for luck and to calculate a destined marriage. This meant that Lu Qin was the inheritor of the Tao of life and Tao of entertainment. Slowly, the outline in Zhao Feng's mind became clearer. This means that Qinshin's master is the sixth warlock, divine sage. Zhao Feng couldn't help but say, "That's right. Qinshin even met the sage before the sacred True Dragon gathering." At that time, the sage calculated that the chances of the heavens' legacy inheritance connecting to the continent was increasing. The flooding lake city, Lord didn't have time to think. Zhao Feng fell into deep thought. This sixth warlock divine sage wasn't simple. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Ye's trip to the cloud area to find Zhao Feng had more or less been pushed by the sage. At that time, Zhao Feng didn't understand. The deputy Iron Blood religion deputy patriarch was sure that he hadn't died in the inheritance. Why was he doing so much effort to find him? Normally, if a genius entered an inheritance and didn't come out for a long time, they wouldn't be able to find him. The deputy patriarch did indeed visit the sage, and he's been sending people to search for chapter leader Zhao. We were just one of them sent to the cloud area. Jiang Sanfeng thought back and nodded. As expected, Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled. After knowing this, he felt that the sage was even more mysterious. In the Canopy Great Country, and even the entire continent, although the sixth warlock sage wasn't famous, his status was extremely high in the eyes of some experts. This wise man's knowledge was as profound as the sea. He was proficient in astronomy, geography, divination, medicine, formations. There was almost nothing he didn't know. Apparently, even some sovereigns at the Origin Core realm had gone to ask the sage for help. It seems like I have to go to the sixth warlock tower. Zhao Feng made up his mind and slowly got up. Right now, he and the flooding lake city lord were enemies. The two of them were from the main branch of the Iron Blood cult and the main branch of the Lu family. The flooding lake city lord also understood this point. Zhao Feng couldn't stay in the flooding lake city for too long. Zhao Feng, the sage, has been in seclusion recently and hasn't seen anyone. He didn't even receive Empress Qin's visit. The flooding lake city lord reminded. Empress Qin was the sage's second disciple, but even she couldn't see the sage. From this, one could see how hard it would be to visit the sage. No matter how hard it is, I still have to try. Zhao Feng bid farewell and left the city lord's palace with Jiang Sanfeng and Dai. At this point in time, the experts of the Lu family saw the three leave on the golden green bird, but no one dared to stop them. Not long ago, the news of Zhao Feng injuring the Qin sword palace master with one kick and suppressing two true lord ranks had already spread across the flooding lake city. It could be imagined that the news of Zhao Feng's return would soon shake the entire Canopy Great Country. Let's go to the Taigan Mountain first. Zhao Feng sat cross-legged on the golden green bird and spoke. Although Jiang Sanfeng didn't understand, he didn't hesitate and flew the golden green bird towards the Taigan Mountain. Half the time it took to make tea later, Zhao Feng entered the Taigan Palace and saw Taigan Master. Zhao Feng, you're back? Taigan Master was overjoyed and his eyes almost popped out when he saw Zhao Feng descend. After the sacred True Dragon gathering, Zhao Feng had become an overwhelming prodigy whose name shook the continent. There were many rumors on the continent about him entering an unknown inheritance and not returning. Like most people, Taigan Master thought that Zhao Feng had died in the inheritance and didn't have much hope. Taigan Master, I have come to see you for one thing. Zhao Feng went straight to the point and stated his intentions. 2 years ago, Zhao Feng had participated in forging the Wheel of Light and Darkness at Taigan Mountain. Although Zhao Feng hadn't seen the complete blueprint and hadn't participated in the core process, he knew every part of the Wheel of Light and Darkness like the back of his hand. The god spiritual I had copied the composition of each part into his mind and could still see it clearly. Crafting a simplified version of the Wheel of Light and Darkness wasn't too hard for the current Zhao Feng. With your current powerful cultivation base and control that far exceeds what you had in the past, let alone the simplified version of the Aureole of Darkness. Even the complete version won't be a problem for you if you join hands with me." Tygon Master stroked his beard and smiled. It was obvious that he was very confident in Zhao Feng. Half of the credit for successfully crafting the Wheel of Light and Darkness back then went to Zhao Feng. At that time, Zhao Feng was only at the Ascended Realm for 6 to 7 days, and his eye bloodline wasn't even 1/10 as strong as it was now. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough materials. I believe the Iron Blood religion won't be stingy. However, if you want to craft the complete Wheel of Light and Darkness, you'll probably need the Deputy Patriarch's permission. After all, I have to keep the blueprint a secret. Tygon Master's words changed. Even crafting a simplified version of the Wheel of Light and Darkness required an enormous amount of materials. Don't worry about the materials, Master. Furthermore, I don't need the complete Wheel of Light and Darkness. Zhao Feng's smile was filled with confidence. After the Purple Saint dimension, he was extremely wealthy. How many true Lord ranks had he killed, and how much spoils of war had he stolen? Due to First Elder's cultivation, he couldn't use the complete Wheel of Light and Darkness. One had to know. The Deputy Patriarch of the Iron Blood religion only had the strength of a half-step Origin Core realm to barely use the Wheel of Light and Darkness. A while later, Zhao Feng and Tygon Master entered the secret hall. Shua. Zhao Feng took out a large pile of precious materials from his ancient metal ring, as well as a small mountain of primal crystal stones. "Is this enough?" Zhao Feng asked. "Enough, it's completely enough. It's more than enough to craft the complete Wheel of Light and Darkness." Master Tygon's eyes were wide open as he looked at the pile of materials. His face was filled with excitement and even a little infatuation. Many of the materials in front of him were extinct in the continent. Tygon Master's gaze toward Zhao Feng instantly changed. Thinking back to when the Deputy Patriarch wanted to craft the Wheel of Light and Darkness, he had spent countless resources just to gather the materials. Even with the Iron Blood religion strength, it wasn't easy to gather the materials to craft the second Wheel of Light and Darkness. However, Zhao Feng had accomplished this with a wave of his hand. The value of these materials is more than enough to craft the complete Wheel of Light and Darkness, and they're extremely compatible with the materials. However, I'll need half a month to adjust the materials. Tygon Master said. The materials that Zhao Feng took out were extremely similar to the list of materials needed to craft the Wheel of Light and Darkness, but there were some slight differences. Good. I'll make a trip to the 6 Warlock Divine Tower in this half a month. Zhao Feng wasn't surprised. He had sent people to gather some materials back in the cloud area, but the cloud area was too far away, so he couldn't find the best materials to replace them. After giving his orders, Zhao Feng left with Zhang Sanfeng and Tygon Master. This Zhao Feng sure is rich. Tygon Master couldn't help but sigh as he watched the three leave. The materials and primal crystal stones that Zhao Feng took out were 10 times more valuable than a simplified version of the Wheel of Light and Darkness. However, Zhao Feng was straightforward and gave the rest of the materials to Tygon Master. Tygon Master naturally didn't know that Zhao Feng even had a legendary Earth-grade weapon. So why would he care about a few materials for a spiritual-grade weapon? Even thousands of spiritual-grade weapons couldn't compare to an Earth-grade weapon. The complete Wheel of Light and Darkness was at most a high or supreme-grade spiritual-grade weapon. However, the simplified version was probably much stronger than a middle-grade spiritual-grade weapon. Adding on to its uniqueness, it was very suitable for the Grand Elder who had lost an arm. Clang! Clang! After Zhao Feng's group of 3 left, the treasured weapons in the secret hall trembled as they fell to the ground, as if they were greatly frightened. What's going on? Tygon Master was shocked. This scene hadn't appeared even when the Wheel of Light and Darkness was forged. However, he was still a Grandmaster, and he soon remembered that when Zhao Feng entered the secret hall, the treasured weapons that he had personally forged seemed to be in an extremely uneasy state. Once Zhao Feng left, these divine weapons seemed to have been given a massive fright, but they also seemed to be relieved of a great burden. At least a supreme grade, spiritual grade weapon or a fragment of an earth grade weapon is needed to have such an effect. On the continent, these two grades of weapons are mostly in the hands of sovereigns at the origin core realm. Taigon Master still had lingering fear as he couldn't estimate Zhao Feng's wealth and secrets. A few days later, the gold and jade bird entered a deep mountain range. Chapter Leader, the 6 Warlock Divine Pagoda, is just up ahead. We're almost there. Dai pointed ahead. Zhao Feng chuckled. I've already seen it. His god's spiritual eye saw through several hundred miles and caught sight of a 6-sided black tower. The 6 Warlock Divine Pagoda was 49 floors high and was enveloped by an unfathomable power that resisted Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. For the sake of politeness, Zhao Feng didn't forcefully circulate his eye bloodline power in case he made the sage unhappy. So. The three put away the gold and jade bird and flew several hundred miles before landing in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Pagoda. Shua. Zhao Feng was the first to arrive, and he didn't purposely conceal his true Lord rank aura. At this point in time, Zhao Feng wasn't the only one in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Pagoda. There were dozens of visitors as well. Many of them were at the true spirit realm, and 4 or 5 of them were at the same level as Zhao Feng, another true Lord rank. And he's so young. The visitors turned to look at him, and their faces turned pale. Even the true Lord ranks inspected Zhao Feng with surprise. It's him. It's actually him. Zhao Feng, one of the 5 overwhelming prodigies in this sacred true dragon gathering. Several exclamations sounded from the crowd. Someone soon recognized Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's gaze swept over and found a few familiar faces. Chapter 495. Zhao Feng's arrival caused the crowd in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower to shake. Zhao Feng, one of the 5 overwhelming prodigies of this sacred, true dragon gathering. A few of them recognized him at first glance. At this point in time, the sacred true dragon gathering had ended more than half a year ago, and the name of the overwhelming prodigies had spread across the continent. Of the 5 overwhelming prodigies, Yu Tianhao and Zhao Feng were the most famous and were praised as the 2 overwhelming prodigies that stood at the peak of this era. Zhao Feng's eyes scanned over and saw some familiar figures. Amongst them was Prince Jin and Tian Yunji from the Canopy Great Country, and even the head disciple of the heavenly Yuan clan, Mo Tianyi. Apart from that, there were also some figures that Zhao Feng found familiar. Beside Prince Jin stood a graceful figure with a black veil over her face. Her aura fluctuated strangely and was unfathomable. When the black-veiled woman saw Zhao Feng, she froze. Zhao Feng, I didn't think you'd come back from the inheritance. I wonder where junior sister Yufei is. Mo Tianyi blurted out in shock as he stared at Zhao Feng. One of the reasons he was waiting at the 6 Warlock Divine Tower was to find out if Zhao Yufei was alive or dead. After the sacred true dragon gathering ended, Zhao Yufei had entered an unknown inheritance and didn't return. However, the heavenly Yuan clan didn't give up and tried to find Zhao Yufei. Hearing Mo Tianyi's words, the experts at the true spirit realm, especially those at the true lord rank, all perked up their ears. This sacred true dragon gathering had reached a peak. Not only had the 4 great inheritances descended, but a powerful unknown inheritance had also appeared. However, the 2 that entered the unknown inheritance hadn't returned. But today, one of them had successfully retreated from a powerful and unknown inheritance. How could this not arouse the curiosity of others, and even the desire to spy on them? Mo Tianyi. Zhao Feng only smiled faintly and didn't immediately answer Mo Tianyi's question. There were many people in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, and Zhao Feng wouldn't reveal the unknown inheritance so easily. And Mo Tianyi was a bit embarrassed. He was too impatient. It was not appropriate to ask about these secrets in this situation. Some of the people present pricked up their ears, preparing to listen to some secrets. Naturally, they were somewhat disappointed. Several true lord ranks furrowed their eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Zhao Feng stood with his hands behind his back and a calm smile on his face. With his current strength, he was not afraid of anything. "Brother Zhao, I'm very surprised to see you here. I believe the elders of the Heavenly Yuan sect will be surprised as well." And Mo Tianyi smiled and greeted Zhao Feng. He did not immediately ask about the unknown inheritance. Very soon, Prince Jin, Tianyunji, and some other geniuses came to greet Zhao Feng. Some experts and geniuses that Zhao Feng didn't know came over to chat and introduce themselves. For them, it was an honor to talk to this prodigy that shook the continent. It would be a topic of conversation when they returned. Zhao Feng was neither servile nor overbearing as he conversed with some of the experts present. "Everyone is waiting here. What's the situation with the sage in the 6 Warlock Divine Tower?" Zhao Feng asked. It was obvious that there were many people who wanted to meet the sage. Most of them had questions to ask for guidance or needed the sage's divination. Among them, Tianyunji wanted to pay a personal visit to thank the wise ones and receive some pointers. And Mo Tianyi, the head disciple of the Heavenly Yuan clan, was here to run errands for the elders of the clan. One of them was to wait for the sage to reply about Zhao Yufei's whereabouts. The sage has been in seclusion for the past few months. Apparently, he's trying his best to calculate the fate of the continent. As for when the sage will come out, it might be soon, or it might be a while. That's right, we're all waiting for the sage to come out. This is our chance. Everyone was talking at once. Zhao Feng had a rough idea of what was going on after hearing this. At the end of the day, it was like waiting in a queue. "I need to forge the wheel of light and darkness and return to the headquarters of the Iron Blood religion as soon as possible," Zhao Feng pondered. He couldn't wait for too long, but if he left halfway, he might miss the chance of the sage coming out. After the sage came out of seclusion, he might go out and travel. By then it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. So. Moments later, Zhang Sanfeng and Dai Yi flew over and stood beside Zhao Feng. "Chapter leader, let me try. Maybe the sage knows that one of the top prodigies of the continent is coming and will come out due to his fortune." Zhang Sanfeng smiled and said he wanted to finish his mission as soon as possible and bring Zhao Feng to the Iron Blood religion. Zhao Feng didn't object and allowed Zhang Sanfeng to try. "Priest of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, please inform him. The Thousand River chapter leader of the Iron Blood religion, Zhao Feng, is here to meet you." Zhang Sanfeng raised his head and yelled at the figure on top of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Apart from the mysterious sage, there were other experts and priests in the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. One of the 5 overwhelming prodigies. Some of the figures on top of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower were surprised, and some even looked down curiously. After all, the sage wasn't the only one who knew divination in the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. In this peak era, the 5 overwhelming prodigies have suppressed dozens of eras and will control the future of the continent. Some of the priests knew some secrets. Therefore, the appearance of Zhao Feng raised the curiosity of some of the experts in the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Several of the divination experts stared at Zhao Feng with twinkling eyes and began to calculate based on the tiny clues they had. However, most of their divinations didn't yield any results. However, an old man with a white beard closed his eyes and his body trembled as he continued to calculate. Wah! The old man with a white beard had divined to the limit and blood leaked out of his mouth. "Grandmaster!" The expressions of the priests beside him changed drastically, and they quickly went to support him. As expected of an overwhelming prodigy, The sage once said that they will lead dozens of eras and are closely connected to the secrets of the heavens. The old man with a white beard wiped the blood off of his mouth and sized up the blue-haired youth below. The temporary chaos on top of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower caused the dozens of people waiting below to look at each other. He didn't expect that this Grandmaster of Divination would suffer a backlash from trying to divine Zhao Feng's future and vomit blood. Zhao Feng stood on the spot and ignored the priests on top of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Senior of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, my chapter leader has something important to ask the sage. I hope you can make an exception. Jiang Sanfeng took the chance to say. Hearing this, the people in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower were filled with anticipation. Maybe the arrival of an overwhelming prodigy would grant the 6 Warlock Divine Tower special privileges. Only the eyes of the black-veiled girl next to Prince Jean flashed coldly. The white-bearded Grandmaster on top of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower coughed. The sage said that he will appear when the time is right. Although I'm very interested in an overwhelming prodigy, I can't help you. Hearing this, the people below couldn't help but feel disappointed. Zhao Feng's gaze suddenly landed on the black-veiled girl next to Prince Jean. Empress, long time no see. He had a smile that wasn't a smile as his gaze seemed to see through the black veil in front of the girl's face. Yub. The black-veiled girl was slightly surprised and harumphed coldly. She took off her veil, revealing a peerless face. That graceful woman, with every breath and every breath, displayed a kind of pure and beautiful feeling to the extreme. Empress Qin. Some of the experts who had been waiting were taken aback. Most people didn't know that even Empress Qin was waiting for the sage to come out of seclusion. Even Empress Qin, the direct disciple of the sage, has to wait. Looks like we won't be able to see the sage so easily. Many people sighed bitterly. With Empress Qin's appearance, the atmosphere became slightly tense. Below the tower, Zhao Feng and Empress Qin looked at each other. This was especially so for Empress Qin. She didn't hide her enmity at all and released her true Lord rank aura. Back then, Zhao Feng had kidnapped Empress Qin in front of everyone and shocked the entire great country. When had Empress Qin ever been humiliated like this? Now that they had met, their eyes were extremely clear. Zhao Feng, the Imperials still haven't retracted your bounty. Empress Qin wasn't courteous towards Zhao Feng at all. She knew that her Tao of Charm had no effect on this overwhelming prodigy who had an eye bloodline. Is that so? I don't mind kidnapping the Empress again. Zhao Feng had a relaxed smile on his face, a hint of mockery on his lips. Kidnapping the Empress again? Hearing this, the hearts of everyone present shook. This Zhao Feng wasn't just a normal arrogant person. Daring to the heavens was the best way to describe him. One had to know that this was the territory of the Canopy Great Country, and the Imperials were one of the top forces here. You dare to humiliate me in front of everyone. Apart from her anger, Empress Qin's face was also dyed red. Many people's heart rate sped up and their eyes were dazed as they felt a suffocating feeling. Zhao Feng stood there calmly and didn't move. The two faced each other. Although Empress Qin was angry, she didn't attack. Prince Jean, who was behind Empress Qin, was stunned. He couldn't imagine what level Zhao Feng had reached to casually ridicule Empress Qin. Once this matter was spread, it would definitely become a story of Zhao Feng teasing Empress Qin and even worsen the relationship between the Imperials and the Iron Blood religion. If it wasn't handled well, this might even cause a war between the Imperials and the Iron Blood religion. This Empress Qin is pretty good at enduring and didn't attack me. Zhao Feng thought about how to make Empress Qin angrier or just take her down. Right at this moment, meow. A strange and drawn-out cry of a cat penetrated the void. The hearts of many people moved, and they looked toward the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Tsang! A silver-black cat yawned lazily and jumped out of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Could this cat be the one from the 6 Warlock Sage? The eyes of some people lit up. There were many legends about the 6 Warlock Sorcerer Sage, but one of the descriptions was the same. The sage always had a cat by his side, and they were always together. Meow, the silver-black lazy cat, jumped onto Empress Chin's shoulder. "Big lazy cat, you're not sleeping?" Empress Chin had a joyful expression, as if she was familiar with this silver-black lazy cat. Chapter 496. The appearance of the silver and black lazy cat instantly attracted the gazes of everyone present. From Empress Chin's reaction, this ordinary-looking lazy cat was most likely the one that always stayed by the sage's side. Has the sage come out of seclusion? The eyes of the visitors in front of the tower lit up as anticipation appeared on their faces. It was rumored that the 6 Warlock Sorcerer Sage had a strange cat that was inseparable from him, and now this weird cat had jumped out of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Did this mean that the sage had come out of seclusion? This cat! Zhao Feng paused for a moment, and his eyes twinkled. He had a cat spiritual pet, but that was only secondary. The most important thing was that this cat's laziness and indescribable intelligence wasn't something normal spiritual pets could compare to. This was something that the little thieving cat and the lazy cat had in common. Furthermore, the timing of the silver and black lazy cat's appearance was extremely strange. Right when Zhao Feng and Empress Chin were arguing and the atmosphere was tense, the lazy cat had appeared out of nowhere. Zhao Feng felt that this timing was too much of a coincidence. One had to know that he was just thinking about how to provoke Empress Chin and force her to attack, or even directly take her down. "Big lazy cat, when will Master come out of seclusion?" Empress Chin was extremely gentle as she stroked the fur of the silver and black lazy cat. She even took out a few precious spiritual pills and fed them to the lazy cat. At this moment, she let out a breath in her heart. When she faced off against Zhao Feng just now, Empress Chin felt a strong sense of danger. The invisible pressure from Zhao Feng's body enveloped her. Luckily, the appearance of the silver and black lazy cat broke the tense atmosphere between Zhao Feng and Empress Chin. Meow. The big lazy cat opened its mouth and ate a few spiritual pills before letting out a satisfied grunt. Ding, ding, ding. The big lazy cat leaned on Empress Chin and threw a few coins into the air, which made a crisp sound. This scene caused Zhao Feng's pupils to contract. The big lazy cat then waved its paws and gestured a few times, as if it was very mature. "You're saying that Master has finished his divination and is tired, so he'll come see the guests later?" Empress Chin revealed a questioning expression. The big lazy cat nodded and waved its paw again. "Master summoned me alone. Do you have something to say to me?" Hearing this, Empress Chin revealed a joyful expression and followed the big lazy cat into the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Meow. With the big lazy cat leading the way, none of the 6 Warlock Tower's powerhouses tried to stop them. However, the other visitors at the foot of the tower were stopped. Zhao Feng was no exception. "Priest, since the sage can see Empress Chin, why don't you let us in?" These visitors were naturally unwilling to give up. "No, the only one who can be summoned is Princess Consort, unless Lord Lazy Cat allows it." The guards at the bottom of the tower remained unmoved. "Lord Lazy Cat, please let us in as well." "Greetings, Lord Lazy Cat. This is a small gift to show my respect." "Hee, Lord Lazy Cat, we have a rare breed of beautiful cat here for you to enjoy." These visitors were all very smart. They used all kinds of methods to find a breakthrough point from the big lazy cat. Within the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, the big lazy cat was always together with the sage, and they had a close relationship. It could be said that it was the representative of the sage. Whether or not they could see the sage could be decided by one sentence from the big lazy cat. Meow. The big lazy cat glanced at the visitors before walking into the tower in disdain. How can we do this? Some of the visitors became impatient. This included Emotiani, who had an anxious expression. Some of them wanted to see the sage because there was something important that couldn't be delayed. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. Lu Qinshin's life and death was a knot in his heart, and he had to do his best. Meow meow. A familiar sharp voice sounded next to Zhao Feng's ear with a hint of provocation. Meow. The big lazy cat, who was about to enter the tower, suddenly stopped. It turned its head around and looked behind it in shock. On Zhao Feng's shoulder was a silver-gray thieving cat. It was only half the size of the big lazy cat, and its eyes were like black gems. Ding! Ding! The little thieving cat threw a few bronze coins into the air and looked at the big lazy cat leisurely. Little thieving cat, this lazy cat wouldn't be one of your brethren, right? Zhao Feng had a weird expression. After all, the big lazy cat and the little thieving cat had a lot in common. If the little thieving cat could communicate with the big lazy cat, maybe Zhao Feng would be able to enter the 6 Warlock Divine Tower and see the sage. Meow meow. The little thieving cat had a proud look on its face, and it quickly gestured that it was the only one in the world. As it spoke, it looked at the big lazy cat provocatively. Meow. The big lazy cat seemed to be slightly angry, and coldness flashed through its eyes as it gave a warning. It then bared its teeth and gestured with its paws as if it was the boss. It wasn't hard for the visitors to understand that the big lazy cat was saying, "This is my territory and I'm the boss." Meow meow. The little thieving cat put away the bronze coins and turned around, twisting its butt at the big lazy cat. The big lazy cat paused for a moment and was confused. It then saw the little thieving cat's legs release a thin yellow urine. Ha ha ha. This thieving cat's got guts to pee in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Everyone present was stunned, and some couldn't help but laugh. Empress Qin's face went cold. She remembered this little thieving cat very well. Back at the capital, it was this little thieving cat that had teamed up with Zhao Feng to kidnap Empress Qin. Meow. The big lazy cat was enraged and let out a mysterious roar. An invisible coldness appeared in everyone's hearts. Even the true lord ranks trembled. It was obvious that the little thieving cat's actions were a huge provocation. As the saying goes, a mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. This was the big lazy cat's territory. How could it tolerate other cats peeing in front of it? Shwa! A faint black light flashed through the air as the big lazy cat's fat figure appeared in front of the little thieving cat in an instant. So fast! Some of the experts at the true spirit realm were surprised. In terms of speed, the big lazy cat made most of the people present feel inferior. In the next instant, pa! The big lazy cat slammed its paw onto the little thieving cat like a mountain. In terms of size and strength, the big lazy cat was obviously stronger than the little thieving cat. Boom! The little thieving cat's figure shattered. It was just an afterimage. Meow! The big lazy cat was slightly surprised and suddenly felt a cold gust of wind coming from its back. Meow meow! The little thieving cat was like a ghost as it appeared behind the big lazy cat and slammed its paw towards the back of the big lazy cat's head. Pa! The big lazy cat harumphed and turned around with a claw that blocked the little thieving cat's paw and pushed the latter back several yards. Meow meow! The little thieving cat flipped a few times in the air before stabilizing itself and disappearing with a schwa. It was obvious that the little thieving cat had no advantage in terms of strength. The big lazy cat laughed mockingly. Its figure flashed, and it quickly chased after the little thieving cat like a shadow. Of everyone present, only Zhao Feng's god spiritual I could see the little thieving cat's tracks. The other true Lord ranks had to spread out their spiritual sense to be able to find some traces. This big lazy cat isn't simple. To a certain degree, it can track the little thieving cat's tracks. Zhao Feng was slightly surprised. Back in the Purple Saint ruins, Lu Tianyi and Yi Yinyu didn't find the little thieving cat's tracks unless they purposely did so. So, in front of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, 2 cats, one big and one small, clashed with each other and clawed at each other. The visitors looked at each other with their eyes wide open, but most of them couldn't see the details of the fight. Zhao Feng is indeed worthy of being an overwhelming prodigy. His fortune isn't bad at all. The cat next to him is able to fight on par with the sage's cat. Although these 2 cats look small, their strength and abilities aren't something normal beasts and spirits can compare to. The true lord ranks were experienced, but couldn't see the origin of the 2 cats. This Zhao Feng has a cat that can fight on par with teacher's big lazy cat. Hatred and jealousy appeared in Empress Qin's eyes. She knew a little about the big lazy cat's abilities. If she had such a cat, her strength and intelligence would be able to control the fate of the entire Canopy Great Country. However, this cat that wasn't any weaker than the big lazy cat was in the hands of a junior. Bam! Bam! Shwa! The 2 cats crisscrossed in the air, shuttling back and forth. Their speed was getting faster and faster as they fought. The big lazy cat had the advantage in strength and would often send the little thieving cat flying in a head-on clash. On the other hand, the little thieving cat was more agile and would hit the big lazy cat with its paw, making it dizzy. However, the big lazy cat was obviously not a normal cat and was only slightly affected by the dizziness of the little thieving cat's paw. As long as its head wasn't hit by the little thieving cat's paw, it wouldn't be dizzy. Meow meow! The little thieving cat suddenly meowed and waved its paws. Every swipe of its paw created a shadow that pierced through the air. Seeing this, the big lazy cat revealed a shocked expression and instantly felt that it wasn't a match for the little thieving cat. Even though its skin was thick and its body was agile, some of the shadow claws would leave a bloody mark. It's the inheritance of the mysterious dagger? Zhao Feng's eyes lit up. This time, the little thieving cat didn't take out the mysterious dagger and instead used some of its aura. It wasn't hard to imagine. If Zhao Feng could comprehend the essence of the ice imperial spear, the little thieving cat could do the same. Comprehend an inheritance? Was this something a cat that had only been born for a few years could do? Zhao Feng became more and more curious about the little thieving cat's origins. At the start, the little thieving cat had come out of an egg, which was very strange. Cats were mammals and didn't hatch from eggs. Meow meow. The little thieving cat was filled with battle intent and used the inheritance of the divine weapon to send the big lazy cat into the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Grandmaster, these 2 cats have fought their way into the tower, the priest said to the white-bearded elder who had coughed up blood. The big lazy cat was the representative of the wise, and now that it was fighting with a cat that might be of the same race, everyone didn't know what to do. We don't specialize in battles of strength. That little thieving cat's origin is like the big lazy cat's, and it's unfathomable. It seems to match the Tao of Fate. Maybe they're the dancers on the Wheel of Fate. Chapter 497. Maybe they're the dancers on the Wheel of Fate. On top of the 6 Warlock Divine Pagoda, the white-bearded master sighed as he stared at the 2 cats. He didn't interfere, and the others didn't know what to do. The 2 cats were too fast, and their trajectories were unpredictable. Even the protectors of the Celestial Tower couldn't see them clearly, let alone interfere. When the little thieving cat used the mysterious dagger's intent and aura, it had already gained the upper hand and started to chase after the big lazy cat. However, the big lazy cat wasn't easy to deal with. Although its attacks were becoming slower, it was still able to accurately block the little thieving cat's attacks. I didn't expect this lazy cat to have such a high level of comprehension and also specialize in defense. Zhao Feng watched closely. Although the little thieving cat had the upper hand, it wasn't able to gain an overwhelming advantage in a short amount of time. It was hard to determine who would win in the end. The big lazy cat's body and endurance were obviously higher than the little thieving cat's, and the little thieving cat also expended a lot of energy to use the mysterious dagger. Whoosh! Ding! The two cats, one big and one small, gradually leaped higher and higher as they continued to fight. The 49 floors of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower became their battlefield. Not good. They're close to where the sage is in seclusion. A priest on the 6 Warlock Divine Tower exclaimed. The other priests and protectors also realized that something was wrong. Quick! Stop that little thieving cat! The 6 Warlock Divine Tower started to panic. Whoosh! 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 The big lazy cat and the little thieving cat moved around the 6 Warlock Divine Tower, and their attacks would occasionally miss, causing some damage to the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Some of the protectors leapt over and tried to stop the little thieving cat. However, the two cats were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell where they were. A playful smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face as he stood under the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. The addition of the protectors and priests made the situation even more chaotic. Arg! Roar! Some of the members of the 6 Warlock Divine Tower were accidentally injured, and they started to curse and scream. This scene caused the visitors under the 6 Warlock Divine Tower to become stunned. Some of them looked at Zhao Feng meaningfully. No one had expected Zhao Feng's pet cat to cause such a ruckus in the 6 Warlock Tower. Was all of this instigated by his master, Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng, how dare you cause trouble in the 6 Warlock Tower? Perhaps you don't know the consequences of offending a wise man? Empress Qin's voice was cold, but she revealed a gloating expression. Offend a wise man. Zhao Feng vaguely sensed some problems. The 6 Warlock Divine Tower didn't have a strong force. At most, there were 1 or 2 true lord ranks, and they weren't skilled in battle. How could such a force possess such a transcendent status in a large country, or even the entire continent? Apparently, even sovereigns at the Origin Core realm from the 10 great clans had come to visit the sage. However, no one had dared to use force in the 6 Warlock Tower. Zhao Feng, I can't offend this wise man so easily. Mo Tiany's face was solemn as he communicated with a spiritual sense. Speak. Zhao Feng was still as calm as before. In reality, he wasn't the one who did all of this. The little thieving cat was the one who did it. According to my master, there was a sovereign at the Origin Core realm who used his strength to barge into the 6 Warlock Divine Tower and threaten the wise man. However, in less than 2 years, this famous sovereign died in an inheritance. Mo Tiany's voice paused. A sovereign died? Zhao Feng's heart jumped. Could the death of this sovereign be related to the wise man? The wise man is an expert that has reached the peak of the Tao of life. Not only can he predict the future, he can also change the path of fate. My master said that the sovereign died because of the sage's influence on fate. Mo Tiany's face was filled with respect as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhao Feng's heart went cold. There were tens of thousands of Taos in this world. There was the Tao of martial arts, the Tao of the sword, the Tao of arrays, the Tao of assassination, the Tao of body strengthening. Any one of them had the power to turn the world upside down. This was especially true for a sage who cultivated the Tao of life. Zhao Feng didn't doubt Mo Tiany's words. More accurately speaking, Mo Tiany's master's words. This was because Mo Tiany's master was a sovereign at the Origin Core realm. The Heavenly Yuan clan was one of the 10 great clans of the continent. As a 1-star sect, it was necessary to have a sovereign at the Origin Core realm. At this point in time, Zhao Feng finally understood why Empress Qin had a gloating expression on her face. Tao of life? I hope that sage has enough wisdom and knowledge to deduce the origin of my god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng was expressionless as he murmured in his heart. The strength of the sage made him happy. The little thieving cat's origin was indeed simple, and it was mysterious. However, the little thieving cat was willing to follow Zhao Feng due to the aura of the god's spiritual eye. The god's spiritual eye was the biggest mystery in Zhao Feng's heart. Right at this moment. So. The two cats gradually reached the 40th floor of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower and got closer to where the sage was in seclusion. Buzz. A mysterious array formation star pattern appeared on the 49th floor of the 6th Warlock Divine Pagoda, and a formless ripple swept across the sky. Only Zhao Feng's god spiritual eye could barely sense this mysterious ripple. This ripple was different from anything Zhao Feng had ever seen in his life. Lazy cat, why aren't you inviting the guest up? An old voice filled with exhaustion sounded from the top of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower. The voice came from the 49th floor of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower. It was clearly very far away, but it seemed to be very close. Zhao Feng looked over and saw a tall elder appear at the top of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower. He was an elder wearing a black cloak that was as quiet as the night. His eyes seemed to be turbid, but they were as deep as the stars and contained wisdom. Sage! The sage has come out. Greetings, sage. A commotion broke out within the 6th Warlock Divine Tower, but everyone soon calmed down. Meow, meow, meow. The two cats, one big and one small, landed at the top of the Celestial Pagoda on the 49th floor. They finally stopped their sparring and stood facing each other silently. The little, thieving cat squinted its eyes and looked at the sage with a rare, solemn expression. The sage smiled and waved his hand for the big, lazy cat to receive the guest. Tsang! Tsang! The two cats landed in front of Zhao Feng. Meow, meow. The little thieving cat landed on Zhao Feng's shoulder and affectionately rubbed its owner's face. Meow. The big lazy cat wasn't as lazy as usual and extended its paw to invite Zhao Feng up. How is this possible? Empress Qin's beautiful face was filled with shock. That's right. The guest the sage spoke of was Zhao Feng. No one understood the sage's intentions better than the big lazy cat. This junior doesn't feel good, disturbing the sage's meditation. Zhao Feng apologetically said before jumping up and following the big lazy cat to the top of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower. The sage has come out of seclusion. Don't miss it. The other visitors couldn't contain their excitement. The protectors of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower wanted to stop them, but the sage waved his hand and told everyone to come up. Soon after, the group of visitors arrived at the top of the 6th Warlock Divine Tower. Although there were many people, they were very calm in front of the sage and didn't say anything. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, and I've also divined the inheritances after the sacred True Dragon Gathering. I believe many of you are here because you care about this, the sage said. The eyes of Zhao Feng, Emotiani, and company lit up. They didn't expect the sage to have guessed their intentions. At this point in time, Zhao Feng was slightly nervous. He knew that the sage was about to answer the question. Furthermore, the question wasn't just for him. It was for others as well. In this great era, any true dragon geniuses that come from the inheritances will gain a lot, and their achievements will be immeasurable. The sage smiled and glanced at Zhao Feng, Emotiani, Tianyunji, Prince Jean, and the other geniuses. Hearing this, none of them objected. Zhao Feng agreed. His gains from the Purple Saint ruins weren't just a small amount. The Wood Spirit Essence Soul had allowed his soul to reach a level comparable to the Origin Core Realm. The chances of him breaking through to the Origin Core Realm was very high. Apart from that, the Wind Lightning Stone Tablet inheritance, the Ice Imperial Spear inheritance, the 10,000 Ghost Pearl, and even the Little Thieving Cat's inheritance were all things that normal sovereigns couldn't even imagine. Not only did Zhao Feng agree, even Emotiani, Tianyunji, Prince Jean, and company agreed. Everyone's fortune wasn't bad. In the words of the wise, this was the unique destiny of the great era. It would greatly promote the world and even the future. Then may I ask the sage, what about those that haven't come out? Emotiani couldn't help but ask. The sage just mentioned the true dragon geniuses that had lived to come out of the inheritances. The cycle of heaven and earth is balanced. Those who don't return will most likely meet with misfortune, regardless of whether they survive or perish. The sage's voice became softer and softer, as if it was the sad ending of autumn, leaves falling to the ground. Not dead. The words caused the hearts of the crowd to sink. Zhao Feng's heart shook. The sage's analysis wasn't as simple as it seemed. What he meant by disaster was, in the conventional sense, basically hopeless. Moreover, this was only for those who were still alive in the Outer Realm inheritances. There were many dangers, but very few, regardless of whether they lived or died. This meant that even if they didn't die, even if there were a few geniuses that remained in the foreign inheritances, even if they didn't die, they would be in grave danger. Yu Fei. Zhao Feng's heart went cold and waves started to rise in his heart. The sage's calculations didn't just include those that died in the inheritances, it also included Lu Qinxin. Furthermore, the words live or die also included Zhao Yufei. Unless you came out of the inheritances, even if you were still alive, you would be dead. Then Sister Yufei. Doesn't that mean? Mo Tianyi and company's expressions were dim and their moods were low. At this point in time, Zhao Feng, Mo Tianyi, and company fell into silence. This was especially so for Zhao Feng, who froze on the spot. I originally thought that Qinxin would be dead and would most likely die in the inheritances, but I didn't think that Yu Fei would also be in danger. Zhao Feng struggled in his heart. One was his fiancée, and the other was his childhood sweetheart. But now, these two women had actually met with misfortune, especially Zhao Yufei's situation. Zhao Feng guessed that she would be facing the 3 two-star sex. Chapter 498. The sage's divination made many people feel depressed, and their hearts couldn't calm down. The result wasn't hard to understand. Geniuses that came from inheritances all had great fortune and fortune. Their future was immeasurable. On the other hand, those that didn't come out didn't have much of a chance. At this point in time, the expressions of Zhao Feng and Mo Tianyi and company were all weird as they fell into silence. The sage inspected Zhao Feng and then gave some answers and pointers to the other visitors. A long time later, Zhao Feng's emotions calmed down. I at least understand Yu Fei's situation. Furthermore, the Purple Saint partial spirit gave me a Purple Saint token that can form a connection with the Purple Saint ruins. A rippling purple token suddenly appeared in Zhao Feng's palm. This purple token was the Purple Saint token, and it gave off a faint ripple that flashed in Zhao Feng's palm. The Purple Saint partial spirit had explained the use of the Purple Saint token before. This token could form a mysterious connection with the Purple Saint ruins, and could even be used as a coordinate to open an inheritance path. If Zhao Yufei had any requests, or if Zhao Feng wanted to go to the Purple Saint ruins, it could all be done through the Purple Saint token. However, there was a limit to this token, and it could only be used 3 times. The key is still Qinxin's situation. I don't know if she's alive or dead. Zhao Feng let out a breath. Time passed by slowly. Up until the evening, the visitors left one by one. The sage was exhausted and was about to go rest. However, Zhao Feng and Mo Tianyi didn't leave immediately. Sage, I still have something that I need your advice on. Zhao Feng finally spoke. The sage wasn't surprised and smiled. Your goal here should be for Qinxin? That's right. Sage, is Qinxin alive or dead? Zhao Feng asked directly. Previously, the wise man's deduction was only a general concept that targeted all the geniuses that hadn't come from the inheritances of the outer realm. But this time, Zhao Feng's question was more precise. It was directed at only one person. Zhao Feng, that Lu Qinxin has entered a distant inheritance in the outer realms without any clues to rely on. You want Master to calculate whether she's dead or alive. Isn't this just wishful thinking? You're making things difficult for us. Empress Qin's cold and unhappy voice sounded. Zhao Feng was unmoved. He only looked at the wise man with a glimmer of hope. He also understood that the divination of the inheritance of the Tao of life required a certain amount of objective information and clues as a basis. It couldn't be made out of nothing. It was obvious that Empress Qin knew a bit about the Tao of life and knew that Lu Qinxin had entered the inheritance. Without any clues, it would be good if they could confirm her fate, not to mention whether she was dead or alive. Zhao Feng, I can't answer that question. The wise man stood with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of emotion on his aged face. Can't answer? Zhao Feng was taken aback. The wise man didn't say whether he could divine it or not. Instead, he answered, I can't. Wise man, according to what I know, you're Qinxin's ancestor. Zhao Feng didn't give up. He could feel that the wise man might know something, but he wasn't willing to tell him. The more this was the case, the more worried he was for Lu Qinxin. The wise man didn't deny it. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Qinxin has great talent in both the Tao of life and the Tao of the Qin. I like her a lot and was waiting for her to complete the inheritance. Unfortunately, speaking up to there, the wise man sighed. It was as if even he, a cultivator of the Tao of life, felt helpless in front of fate. Can't this Zhao Feng see that Lu Qinxin died in the inheritance? Otherwise, why wouldn't Master answer? Empress Qin's lips curled up as mockery flashed through her eyes. She and Lu Qinxin were on opposite sides. Lu Qinxin's master had divined before her death and told her to change her name to Empress Qin. This was to fight against fate and go against the heavens. Empress Qin knew about this and was obviously displeased. If I don't get a definite answer, this junior's heart will be stuck. Zhao Feng solemnly bowed towards the wise man. Zhao Feng, this old man can't answer, and I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear the consequences. The wise man shook his head bitterly. Hearing this, Empress Qin couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. The wise man seemed to be worried about something and didn't dare to make a rash decision in case it affected Zhao Feng. Meow meow. The little thieving cat revealed a look of understanding after thinking about it. Meow. The big lazy cat squinted its eyes and threw a few bronze coins into the air. It stared at Zhao Feng for a long time and revealed a look of shock and fear. Why is this happening? The wise man seems to know something about my fate, so he doesn't dare to act rashly. He's afraid of the consequences. Suspicion rose in Zhao Feng's heart. This old man can only give you some pointers. No matter if it's great misfortune or great fortune, there are no absolutes in this world. Even those who are destined to die can be revived. For example, one of the 8 great god eyes, the Eye of Samsara, has the ability to reverse life and death. The wise man said calmly, 8 great god eyes, Eye of Samsara? Hearing these words, Zhao Feng felt his left eye twitch. There's such a heaven-defying eye bloodline that can reverse life and death? Zhao Feng was shocked. Reversing life and death sounded familiar. Some of the world's treasures or mysterious secret techniques also had this effect. However, that kind of death was relative. There was no true death, or it was just prolonging the arrival of death. As for the ability of the Eye of Samsara mentioned by the wise man, even if one were to truly die, their physical body would be annihilated, and their soul would disperse. They would still be able to reverse death and come back to life. Of course, this is just a legend. The 8 great god eyes rule the world, and each has the ability to defy the heavens. The Eye of Samsara is only one of them. The wise man smiled. Zhao Feng obviously knew a thing or two about the legends of the 8 great god eyes. Apparently, the 8 great god eyes were the ancestors of all eye bloodlines. All powerful eye bloodlines were more or less related to the 8 great god eyes. The Purple Saint Partial Spirit had even mentioned that there were inheritances of the 8 great god eyes. As for why the inheritances of the 8 great god eyes hadn't come to the Azure Flower continent, Zhao Feng didn't know. Maybe the inheritances of the 8 great god eyes were too strong, and the Azure Flower Continent might not be able to accept them, or maybe it was because they were too far away, and the Azure Flower Continent didn't have enough draconic providence. Thank you for your pointers. There are no absolutes in this world. As long as I try my best, I might be able to enter the 8 great god eyes and change everything. Zhao Feng seemed to understand and thanked the wise man once more. When the wise man mentioned the 8 great god eyes, Zhao Feng felt an indescribable sense of excitement and battle intent. 8 great god eyes, 10,000 ancient races. One day, I will meet all of you. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's vision and goal in life changed. All of this came from the wise man's pointers. Now you know what to do. The wise man's smile contained a hint of joy. This junior understands. The knot in the depths of Zhao Feng's heart started to untie, and the direction of his life became clearer. His eyes flickered. Sooner or later, I will walk out of the continent and experience the vast world outside. I will see those 2-star and 3-star forces. When I have enough strength, I can even directly find the heavenly saint Zither inheritance. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's heart was clear, and all the distracting thoughts were gone. All that was left was a heart that wanted to reach new heights. At this moment, Zhao Feng closed his eyes, and his mental state blossomed like a flower. His soul power seemed to be refined and became more condensed, giving him a sense of stability. In just a few breaths, Zhao Feng's mental state had become more condensed. His mental energy level had reached the peak True Lord rank, and it wasn't far from the half-step origin core realm. As for his soul, although it hadn't become stronger, it had been cleansed and was purer than before. Back in the Purple Saint ruins, Zhao Feng's soul had received the wood's spirit essence soul, and it had become stronger by leaps and bounds. This kind of rapid increase came from the outside, and his foundation wasn't very stable. But now, under the guidance of the wise man, Zhao Feng's mental state had increased, and his soul power had strengthened. Thank you for your guidance. Before I leave, I have one last question. Zhao Feng reached out and touched his left eye. I've already found your eye bloodline. It's related to the 10,000 ancient races, but the exact origin is beyond my calculations. However, I'm sure that it has the chance to reach the level of the 8 great god eyes. The wise man said without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but be surprised. It was obvious that the wise man had already sensed the existence of his god's spiritual eye. The wise man's words were the same as the Purple Saint partial spirits. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was related to the 10,000 ancient races, comparable to the 8 great god eyes. Mo Tianyi and Empress Qin, on the other hand, were shocked. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline had the chance to reach the level of the 8 great god eyes, although this chance seemed small. Maybe Mo Tianyi and Empress Qin didn't know how strong the 8 great god eyes were, but they were still the strongest eye bloodlines in the world. Even Zhao Feng himself was surprised. He never thought that his god's spiritual eye would have such potential. The 8 great god eyes were the ancestors of all eye bloodlines in the world. For example, the eye of Samsara that the wise man mentioned could even revive the dead. Was there anything in the world that couldn't be done? At least for now. Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye couldn't reach such a level. After asking the last question, Zhao Feng stood up and left the 6 Warlock Divine Tower. Zhao Feng! Mo Tianyi chased after him with an urgent expression. Mo Tianyi, you're worried about Yufei's safety? Zhao Feng had expected this and smiled faintly. Brother Zhao, there's no one else here. You and Yufei entered the inheritance together. What's her situation now? Is she dead or alive? Mo Tianyi took a deep breath. Instead of asking the wise man, he might as well ask Zhao Feng. Chapter 499. Outside the 6 Warlock Tower in the clouds. Mo Tianyi faced Zhao Feng, and asked about Zhao Yufei's situation through his spiritual sense. Yufei is currently safe, but because her fortune is too great, she needs a long time to inherit the inheritance. She probably won't be able to come out in a year or two. Zhao Feng didn't move his lips, but his voice sounded in Mo Tiany's mind. Zhao Feng only gave a rough outline of Zhao Yufei's situation. As for the more precise details, he couldn't divulge them. After all, the benefits of the Purple Saint Ruin's inheritance were too great. Even the immeasurably enormous two-star sects were eyeing and scheming for this large cake, much less the forces of the Azure Flower Continent. This is where Yufei's danger lies. She's only at the true spirit realm, and it won't be easy for her to swallow such a big cake. Zhao Feng was slightly worried, but right now, Zhao Yufei should be safe, and the Purple Saint token hadn't sent any reinforcements yet. Brother Zhao, what exactly is the unknown inheritance that all of you entered? What's its origin? Mo Tiany couldn't suppress his curiosity. After the sacred True Dragon Gathering, the unknown inheritance that Zhao Feng and Lin Feng entered was a mystery to the experts of the continent. When the unknown inheritance descended, it seemed to be stronger than the four great inheritances. Of course, the Heaven's legacy inheritance that descended was only a small part of the countless inheritances. Mo Tiany, I can't say too much about this inheritance because it won't be good for you or me. If there's any mistake, even the Heavenly Yuan clan behind you won't be able to bear the consequences. Zhao Feng said. Hearing this, Mo Tiany's heart jumped, and he didn't dare to ask any more. He could faintly feel that the unknown inheritance Zhao Feng and Lin Fan had entered wasn't simple, and could even bring disaster to the Heavenly Yuan clan, one of the 10 great clans. Being the head disciple of the Heavenly Yuan clan, Mo Tiany understood the world of clans better than normal disciples. He knew that the division of the 5-star sects in the world was not a legend. After saying this, Zhao Feng was about to leave. Wait, Brother Zhao, there's something you might not have heard yet. Mo Tiany suddenly stopped Zhao Feng. What is it? Zhao Feng stopped in his tracks. There's a rule after every sacred True Dragon Gathering. The true dragon geniuses from the inheritances will gather together after entering seclusion to spar and hold a true dragon tea party. And Mo Tiany smiled with a hint of anticipation and battle intent in his eyes. True dragon tea party? Zhao Feng didn't know that there would be such a gathering after the sacred True Dragon Gathering. However, thinking about it, those true dragon geniuses had obtained a lot from the inheritances, and their strength would increase greatly after entering seclusion. It wasn't just the normal true dragon geniuses. The 5 overwhelming prodigies were no exception. I wonder how much the true dragon geniuses and overwhelming prodigies have improved. A smile appeared on Zhao Feng's face. The hosts of the True Dragon Tea Party this time are the 3-eyed saint and goddess Bingwei. The location will be in the Middle Continent, and the time will be 1 year after the sacred True Dragon Gathering. And Mo Tiany explained the situation. Okay, I'll go if I have time. Zhao Feng agreed, but the prerequisite was that he had time. He was slightly interested in the True Dragon Tea Party, but Zhao Feng himself had many things to deal with. Brother Zhao, I heard that Goddess Bing Wei obtained great fortune from the Mystic Ice inheritance and broke through to the True Lord rank. She even defeated several older True Lord ranks half a year ago. As for the 3-eyed saint, he's even more incredible. And Mo Tiany was not his usual talkative self. Who's the 3-eyed saint? Zhao Feng suddenly interrupted Mo Tiany. He couldn't think of someone like the 3-eyed saint in this sacred True Dragon Gathering. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The 3-eyed saint was the champion of the sacred True Dragon Gathering 2 times in a row. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't participate due to his age, Yu Qianhao might not have been able to come first. And Mo Tiany explained. No wonder. Zhao Feng understood. The 3-eyed saint was an old senior in the sacred True Dragon Gathering several years ago. Of course, the 3-eyed saint was at least 20 years older than you Tianhao and company. After all, the three-eyed saint had come first in 2 sacred true dragon gatherings before you Tianhao. Furthermore, the three-eyed saint's eye bloodline is ranked first in the continent. One of his ancestors was the three-eyed heavenly lord, a legendary figure in the history of the continent. His three-eyed bloodline divine ability was unparalleled throughout the ages. And Mo Tianyi couldn't hide the wariness and respect on his face. The strongest eye bloodline in the continent, the three-eyed saint has the right to host the tea party. Zhao Feng nodded his head faintly, and Mo Tianyi smiled and stared at him. Zhao Feng, I don't believe you're willing to submit to the three-eyed saint, especially since his family has the title of the strongest eye bloodline in the continent. Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was extremely powerful and had swept through the sacred True Dragon Gathering. This was known by everyone. In the sacred True Dragon Gathering, Zhao Feng's eye bloodline had suppressed the other 2 eye bloodline families. Taba Feng and the Ghost-Eyed Man, the successors of the 2 eye bloodline families, had both lost to Zhao Feng. Of course not, but my goal isn't to be the strongest eye bloodline in the Azure Flower Continent. Zhao Feng smiled and didn't hide his thoughts. His eye bloodline hadn't lost to anyone yet. Qi Gui from the Black Cliff Palace's eye bloodline wasn't weak, but he still lost to Zhao Feng in the end. Now that a genius with the strongest eye bloodline would appear in the tea party, Zhao Feng was even more interested. Sure, see you at the tea party. And Mo Tianyi said his goodbyes with anticipation. Zhao Feng didn't stay around the 6 Warlock Divine Tower for long. He met up with Jiang Sanfeng and returned to the flooding lake city, Taigon Mountain. Around 10 days had passed since he last came. Taigon Master had almost finished preparing the materials needed to craft the simplified wheel of light and darkness. I've gathered most of the materials. With the experience from last time, I've found some hard-to-find materials to replace, especially the rare materials you brought from the inheritances. Taigon Master was very satisfied with the materials. The next few days were spent making the final preparations for the Wheel of Light and Darkness. Within a secret hall in the Taigon Palace, Zhao Feng sat cross-legged as a dark mist appeared in front of him, and a human-shaped skeleton appeared. It was made of gold and silver, and 2 red flames danced in its eye sockets. Skeletal Division Leader, it's only been a few months, and your injuries have healed by 30 to 40%. Zhao Feng glanced over. The Skeletal Division Leader's recovery speed was much faster than he had imagined. From its aura, the Skeletal Division Leader's battle power was at least at the late-stage True Lord rank and was comparable to a peak True Lord rank. Zhao Feng knew that this was all because of the 10,000 Ghost Pearl. The air of death within the 10,000 Ghost Pearl was extremely pure and could nourish ghost corpses. Master, the True Lord rank corpses in the Ghost Pearl aren't able to complete your 100 corpse plan. Firstly, the resources and materials available are limited. Secondly, my cultivation and injuries are not at their peak. The Skeletal Division Leader sighed. The 100 corpse plan was Zhao Feng's small ambition. He wanted to use the 100 corpses in the 100 graves forbidden ground to create an army of True Lord rank ghost corpses. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when 100 True Lord rank ghost corpses formed an army. Once the plan succeeded, it wouldn't be hard for Zhao Feng to sweep across a large country. How many have you refined so far? Zhao Feng asked. I've refined one in 2.5 months, and I'm almost done with the other half. The Skeletal Division Leader waved its hand, and a dark red ghost corpse appeared in the mist. Its disgusting aura made Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrow. However, this dark red ghost corpse had the strength of an early-stage True Lord rank, which surprised Zhao Feng. The curse of the 100 graves forbidden ground needs to kill 100 True Lord rank experts and use their negative mental energy to form the curse. In reality, Some of these corpses had the strength of a peak true Lord rank when they were alive, which makes it even harder to refine. The skeletal division leader couldn't help but complain. Zhao Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. The early stage true Lord rank was one of the weakest amongst the corpses. 100 skeletons represented 100 experts at the true Lord rank at the very least. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person or the force behind them was. I'll try my best to gather the materials. Zhao Feng opened his god's spiritual eye and locked onto the dark, red ghost corpse. He wiped away the skeletal division leader's seal and placed his own on it. The skeletal division leader's heart shook as it watched Zhao Feng wipe away the refining imprint so easily and gain control of the ghost corpse. Although it was weak right now, it couldn't accept that Zhao Feng had taken control of the ghost corpse so easily. Shua! Zhao Feng waved his hand and put the ghost corpse and skeletal division leader into the 10,000 ghost pearl. He then waved his hand again, and 2 dark silver ghost corpses appeared. Compared to before, their bones were thicker and their skin was covered in dark silver lines. Not bad. This skeletal division leader has some skill. The 2 dark silver ghost corpses used a large amount of materials and increased their strength by a lot. Zhao Feng waved his hand and put the 2 dark silver ghost corpses away again. At this point in time, the battle power of the 2 dark silver ghost corpses had surpassed the early stage true Lord rank, and their corpse poison couldn't be measured with normal standards. However, I don't have enough materials right now to complete the 100 corpses plan. I can go back to the Purple Saint ruins when I don't have enough. Zhao Feng soon had a solution. It was extremely difficult to complete the 100 corpses plan with the Azure Flower Continent's resources. However, Zhao Feng could go to the Purple Saint ruins and take some. The Purple Saint ruins was an independent space with a great energy environment. It was large and filled with resources. Some of the best materials in the Azure Flower Continent were only normal in the Purple Saint ruins. If it wasn't for this, the Purple Saint ruins wouldn't have been targeted by the 3 2-star sections 3 days later. Zhao Feng and Taigon Master entered the blacksmith workshop and started to craft the simplified wheel of light and darkness. This represented Zhao Feng's sincerity. Chapter 500. In forging the wheel of light and darkness this time, Zhao Feng was no longer just an assistant. He was the main force behind the forging. This was because there wasn't a blood hair-colored Tianma this time, only Zhao Feng and Taigon Master. His cultivation was much higher than Taigon Master's, and the flame of wind, lightning, true spirit within his body increased the power of the weapon. Comparatively speaking, the forging process this time was much simpler, and he was familiar with everything. After all, he had the experience from last time, and he was forging a simplified version of the Wheel of Light and Darkness, so the difficulty was much lower. Your eye bloodline control is indeed not the same as before. Taigon Master was very satisfied and had great confidence in the forging this time. Zhao Feng had a powerful flame of true spirit as well as great control. These were the key to forging a weapon. I should be able to forge it in around 10 days, which is a quarter of the time from last time. Zhao Feng's God spiritual eye opened and entered a powerful control state as he started to work on some parts. While they were forging, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master were in seclusion and couldn't be interrupted. The Wheel of Light and Darkness came from the Heaven's legacy inheritance, and its structure was extremely exquisite. The difficulty of forging it was tens of times harder than other weapons of the same grade. Within the Taigon Palace, 10 days. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi both heard Zhao Feng's voice. Dai Yi smiled faintly. I've already contacted the members of the religion before entering the flooding lake city. The headquarters should already know that the chapter leader has returned. Jiang Sanfeng nodded his head and wasn't worried anymore. In the Canopy Great Country, the Iron Blood religion was extremely powerful, and only the Imperials could fight against them. 10 days wasn't long nor short. However, Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi felt that it was extremely long. As long as Zhao Feng finished forging the weapon, he would return to the headquarters. At that time, their mission would be complete. 8 days later, Wang, the sound of metal clanging came from the forging room. Even with the strong defense of the formation, the experts above could still feel the sharp aura of a divine weapon. The forging should be in the final stage. The weapon hasn't even been completed, and there's already such a powerful aura. Jiang Sanfeng could feel his divine weapon trembling slightly, as though it was feeling uneasy. The aura of a divine weapon that was about to be born caused many of the divine weapons in Taigon Manor to tremble slightly. In the underground refining room, it's almost done. The last step. Zhao Feng heaved a sigh of relief. His face was glowing with a red light. An iron wheel-shaped ball made of countless precise parts appeared in his palm. Its surface was glowing with a greenish-silver luster, and electric arcs were flickering around it. Whoosh! The iron wheel-shaped ball was quickly enveloped by a ball of dark cyan wind and lightning flame. The wind-thunder flame was dark green in color. Occasionally, it would be suffused with a faint purple aura, and its power and quality would increase explosively. I didn't think that your control would reach such a perfect level, and with such a unique true spirit flame of wind and lightning. Taigon Master couldn't help but look forward to it. This simplified version of the Dark Aureole was definitely more powerful and perfect than he had expected. This was because Zhao Feng's control and the quality of the flame of true spirit had far exceeded Taigon Master's expectations. Time ticked by. The iron wheel-shaped sphere in front of Zhao Feng became even more condensed and stable. Many precise parts were embedded, interlocked, and melded with each other. At the most crucial moment, Zhao Feng suddenly sensed something and looked towards a certain direction of the Taigon Mountain. However, at the last moment, Zhao Feng couldn't be distracted, or else his efforts would be wasted. In the middle of the Taigon Mountain's back mountain Chiu, 3 glowing figures floated in the air. Their powerful auras made the nearby insects and beasts silent. These figures were made up of 2 females and 2 males. The 2 females were both peerless beauties. One of them was wearing luxurious clothes and could be said to be a heavenly beauty. The woman in the palace attire had a voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and a peerlessly beautiful face. Her every movement emitted a boundless charm. Her beauty had reached the pinnacle. Empress Qin, with your help, our chances of success will increase greatly. The other elegant female had hatred on her face as she bit her teeth and stared in the direction of the Taigon Mountain. She raised her hand and an azure Qin appeared in front of her. A flying sword revolved around her as they resonated with each other. It was the Qin and sword dual desolation. This elegant female was the Qin Sword Palace Master who had been heavily injured by Zhao Feng. The Qin Sword Palace Master herself was extremely beautiful and elegant, but compared to Empress Qin, who specialized in the Tao of Charm, she was slightly weaker. Empress Qin smiled and turned her gaze towards the other 2 males. Even without me, just the 2 elders of the Qin Sword Palace and the Lu family are enough to suppress Zhao Feng. With the Palace Master's Qin and Sword Dual Desolation, that bastard Zhao Feng won't be able to escape. The auras of the other 2 males were only stronger than Empress Qin and the other 2. The first elder of the Qin Sword Palace was a scholarly silver-haired male with a cold expression. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s, but his actual age was impossible to estimate. However, this silver-haired male's aura was close to the peak true Lord rank and suppressed the other 3. The other elder in ancient robes was also a true Lord rank, and his aura was even stronger than the 2 females. He was the first elder of the Lu family. All 4 of them were at the true Lord rank. Don't underestimate that Zhao Feng. With just the 3 of us, we only have a 70 to 80% chance of winning. We're still lacking 1 person to kill him. We originally wanted the Flooding Lake City Lord to help, but he used seclusion as an excuse and didn't participate. He even met the Empress on the way. The Qin Sword Palace master's expression was calm and didn't let hatred cloud her rationality. The humiliation that Zhao Feng's kick had brought the Qin Sword Palace master a long time ago. After the Qin Sword Palace master returned to the flooding lake city, the first elder of the Qin Sword Palace came out of seclusion and sparred with the first elder of the Liu family. The Qin Sword Palace and the Liu family, the first elders of the two major forces, instantly gave the Qin Sword Palace master hope of revenge, and she immediately poured out her anger and grievances. Thus, the scene in front of her appeared. For true Lord ranks had appeared at Taigon Mountain. The only difference was that the flooding lake city Lord didn't participate and was replaced by Empress Qin. Before Master left, he told me to go with the flow and forget my enmity with Zhao Feng. Empress Qin remembered what her master, the sage, had said. Empress Qin wasn't a mantis trying to stop a chariot, but she had been humiliated by Zhao Feng, and the anger in her heart couldn't be appeased. Coincidentally, she met the people from the Qin Sword Palace on the way. This was a good chance to kill Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng must die. Once he meets up with the Iron Blood religion, the Imperials will be greatly suppressed and probably won't be able to rise again. The hesitation in Empress Qin's eyes was soon replaced by killing intent. Regardless of whether it was for business or personal reasons, she would not let go of a golden opportunity to kill Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was one of the 5 overwhelming prodigies, and his potential was shocking. If he was already so strong, Empress Qin couldn't imagine what would happen to her and the Imperials when he grew up. My spiritual sense has already found that Zhao Feng, he's really in the mood to hide here and forge. The first elder of the Qin Sword Palace had a mocking tone. Of the 4 true lord ranks, the first elder of the Qin Sword Palace had the highest cultivation, and his spiritual sense found Zhao Feng first. After that, the other 3 true lord ranks all confirmed Zhao Feng's location. Don't let him run. This brat's eye bloodline isn't simple and should be able to sense us. The 4 true lord ranks were like 4 streaks of light that flew towards the Taigon Palace. So, the 4 true lord ranks surrounded the Taigon Palace, and the intent of their true lord ranks resonated with the heaven-earth yuan qi and created a powerful force. The Taigon Palace instantly broke into chaos. Zhao Feng, I don't want to kill the innocent. Come out and accept your death. The Qin Sword Palace master's eyes were cold as she waved her hand, and the Qin floated in front of her as a flying sword flew through the air. Boom! One of the pavilions above the underground artifact forging room was instantly torn apart. However, that sword did not slash into the underground artifact forging room. Such an important place for artifact forging was naturally protected by layers upon layers of powerful formations. Even then, Zhao Feng and Taigon Master, who were at the last step of forging, felt the forging room shake. Just one more step, and I'll be able to successfully refine it. Zhao Feng's eyebrows furrowed. He couldn't be distracted at the last step, or else he might fail. The 4 true lord ranks just had to appear at this crucial moment. Zhao Feng wasn't scared of the 4 true lord ranks, but he wasn't willing to fail at the last step. Qin Sword Palace, main branch of the Liu family, don't even think about succeeding. The Iron Blood religion isn't scared of anyone. Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi stood shoulder to shoulder and didn't retreat. They knew that Zhao Feng was at the last step of forging, and it would be enough if they could delay him for a while. Members of the Iron Blood religion, do you think I don't dare to kill you? The Qin Sword Palace master snickered coldly. Although she was wary of the Iron Blood religion's strength, the Qin Sword Palace was only weaker than the Imperials and the Iron Blood religion. Furthermore, the Qin Sword Palace was on the same side as the Imperials. What big words! Who wants to take action against the Iron Blood religion? A clear and cold male voice came from the other side of Taigon Mountain. In the air, A palanquin made of metal with a picture of a blood dragon and a sword crossed appeared. It was carried by 4 true human rank bearers and floated over. Golden spear blood dragon carriage. The expressions of the 4 true Lord ranks changed. There weren't many people in the Canopy Great Country that didn't know about the Golden Spear Blood Dragon Carriage. Once the Golden Spear Blood Dragon Carriage appeared, it meant that the Deputy Patriarch Tiamat had appeared. "Greetings, Deputy Patriarch." Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi immediately bowed. The two weren't surprised by the appearance of the Golden Spear Blood Dragon Carriage. Half a month ago, Tiamat had received news of Zhao Feng's return and rushed over. Furthermore, Tiamat had secretly arrived at the Taigon Mountain 2 days ago. However, in order to not disturb Zhao Feng's seclusion, the Deputy Patriarch was very low-key and didn't appear. Until now, Tiamat was only forced to appear after Empress Qin and the 4 true Lord ranks arrived. "Come in." Tiamat waved his hand and let Jiang Sanfeng and Dai Yi enter the Golden Spear Blood Dragon Carriage. Then, the Golden Spear Blood Dragon sedan gave off a blood-colored glow and landed above the artifact forging room. "Tiamat, you want to block 4 true Lord ranks by yourself?" The first elder of the Qin Sword Palace snickered coldly. In terms of cultivation, Tiamat wasn't much stronger than him. Furthermore, they had 4 true Lord ranks and the Qin Sword Palace Master. "Then let's try." Tiamat harumphed coldly as he stood on the Blood Dragon sedan and faced 4 true Lord ranks by himself.